Morning, Chair. It's 9 o'clock now. I do have members from Voting First and some members of the panel. Over to you, Chair.
Morning, Chairperson.
Morning.
I think we're all ready to start. So I think we've got a good turnout. So that I think we could proceed.
Thank you, Dr. Mkhize, Chairperson. Good morning. Honorable members. Good morning, the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Mananiso, Chairperson Dr. Mkhize, the Chairperson of the Electoral Reform Panel and panel members, the IEC Leadership, Parliamentary Legal Services. Welcome to this joint important meeting of committees, Former Affairs, COCTA, and the Select Committee, to receive a brief on the Electoral Reform Panel report, the team that was established by the Electoral Act after a consultation by Parliament, both houses, and the provision was passed in the Electoral Act that Parliament may need to consider to establish or appoint members who will assist to facilitate the conversation around the processing of the assessment for our electoral system. As you note that since the establishment of the Parliament, there was no process that was engaged to assess the work of the electoral system, except the two reports that were also tabled Parliament by then, and they could not be processed. And as a result of the consultation around this process, the team was established by the then Minister Aaron Mzwaledi, and the team did its work, consulted stakeholders throughout. Last year, they've concluded their report. However, given the challenges that they were encountered in terms of processing the report through the ministry, the committee, after consultation with the Parliamentary Legal Services, we agreed that a report need to be consolidated and be brought before Parliament. In other words, there were two reports that were tabled by different members of the panel to the minister and also to Parliament, contrary to what the Act has required them to do once they've concluded the report. And I want to appreciate the minister and also the team led by Advocate Suzanne and the collective for have considered the decision of the portfolio committee for referring back the report. We've then invited the three committees so that we interact with the report, we receive what they've consulted, and this meeting is not to take a decision in terms of the implementation of either of the options that are contained in the report, but we'll establish a further process of engagement once we've received a brief, and also afford members of honorable members to consult in terms of the issues that are arising from the report. So we'll take this agenda as is, and so that we afford enough time for the panel and members to interface with the report. We are going to jointly facilitate this meeting with Honorable Mananiso and Dr. Mbon to assist the smooth running of the committees. The agenda. After here, we'll invite Dr. Mkhize and Honorable Mananiso to make remarks. We'll then invite the three members, committee secretaries, to establish attendance of all the stakeholders, including members, and also apologies that may have been registered. We'll then invite either the ministry or the DG to introduce the team And then we invite the team to give a presentation. We'll then invite members to comment and raise questions. And after that, chairpersons will establish a process on how we'll therefore move forward on this presentation. With that, I will invite Dr. Mkhize, Honorable Mkhize, to make remarks. And after that, I'll invite Honorable Mananiso and then the secretaries of the three committees. Dr. Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson Chabane, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs, and the Chairperson of the Select Committee, Honorable Mananiso, and all the members of the various portfolio committees and select committees, the members of the panel and officials from the departments. Thanks very much for this meeting. Let me also endorse the fact that as you chair this meeting, we support the approach that you have adopted and outlined. We also want to confirm the adoption of our support for the adoption of this agenda. We believe it's a very important discussion amongst the various portfolio committees to receive this report on the electoral reforms. I think all of us are aware that over the years, the debate about the various issues that arise in the context of our electoral processes, a number of issues have required us to look at various principles, and on those principles that have been looked at, there has never been a time when all of these issues are consolidated to formulate various proposals of what can be done to improve our electoral system. As we all know, it will take a while for an electoral system to be a shoe-in terms of what all our conditions and our situation in the country would be. So over the 30 years, there's been a lot of lessons learned, challenges that have been identified, and therefore at this point, various proposals are being put together. It's a very interesting document, and obviously, as we sit here, we're not likely to be able to take a decision on them, but it will actually inform various parties as they sit to look at what is best for our national electoral processes. And at a certain point, we would obviously have to discuss the matter as a House and then take a way forward. But I think it makes a huge contribution in terms of improving our electoral systems, and therefore we look forward to engagement with the members. I think mostly what would help at this point is to just get questions of clarifications, to clarify concepts and issues and principles, and then we are able to then go on and take our further discussions. Having said that, we really look forward to the presentation, and I want to thank the team, the panel, for the work that they've done. It's really been good and interesting work that they've submitted. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Chairperson Chabane. We're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson Mkhize. Can I invite Chairperson Mananiso?
Thank you, Chairperson. Allow me to switch off my video because of my weak connectivity. Chairperson, let me firstly acknowledge your presence in this meeting as the person who has invited us, and as well the Chairperson, Dr. Mkhize, and honorable members from Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs, and as well Portfolio Committee of COCTA, and our people from the Select Committee of Security and Justice, acknowledging as well the support staff and researchers and content advisors who are in this meeting, and the department officials who have joined us. Chair, one would want to thank you as the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs for leading this process for our committees to engage jointly in the ERCP report. We believe that joint engagement such as this allow us to address important matters such as electoral reform in a more expedient and efficient way. We note that the reports consider principles of fairness, accountability, and inclusivity, all of which are important principles in enduring democracy. We also note that the consultation was undertaken to arrive at the decisions and recommendation in both the majority and minority reports. So with that being said, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to align myself as well with the agenda as tabled before us, and the emphasis that this meeting is about the briefing, nothing else. Other matters will be dealt with as we continue dealing with this matter up until we get to the entirety of adopting this as PC and select committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson Mananiso. Can I now invite the secretaries to confirm attendance and apologies? Let me start with the Select Committee of Security and Justice.
Good morning, chairpersons and honorable guests and departments and ministers and all present. Chairperson, thank you. Chairperson, we received apologies from Honorable Pala, Honorable Noe, and Honorable Gericke. They are currently on the Joint Standing Committee on Defence on Oversight. And then Honorable Billy indicated he's attending the court case regarding the 7 family members that were killed in KZN, Chairperson. And then, Chair, in terms of our attendance, we have Honorable Mananiso, Honorable Zulu, Honorable Kotzel, Honorable Machobeni, Honorable Nonkonyana, our whip, Honorable Mokai, and Honorable Madupi. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I now invite the Copter?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, members. Good morning, everybody. Chairperson, we received apologies from Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi, Honorable Van Wyk, and Honorable Ndamase. Then we in the meeting we have Honorable Sompa, Honorable Mtolo, Honorable Van Zyl, Honorable Taibush, Honorable Labuskaghni, and Honorable Mkalipi, as well as the Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Secretary of Home Affairs?
Good morning, Chairpersons. From my side, I've got an apology from the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, and also the standing apology of Honorable Mohammed, who's not feeling well. From Home Affairs, I've got Mr. Chabani, Ms. Bolman, Ms. Matopa, Ms. Jama, Mr. Ross, Ms. Mudise, and Mr. Mukhale. And then from the stakeholders, we do have officials from the IEC, the panel itself, as well as officials from the Department of Home Affairs. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. All secretaries and apologies have been considered. Can I now invite now that the ministry is not in attendance, the DG?
The Chairperson is not in the meeting as well.
Okay. Noted. Thanks very much. Let us invite, you do not introduce who is in the panel. I assume that is Advocate Suzanne, the chair, who's going to lead in the collective to lead the presentation. Advocate Suzanne.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members. Let me take this opportunity to greet Mr. Chabane, Honorable Chabane, the Chairperson of the Home Affairs Committee, Honorable Mananisi, Chairperson of the SC on Security and Justice, Dr. Zet Mkize, PSC on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, our ministers in absentia, and all members who have attended. Chairperson, I don't know, at this stage, I must say that a number of also our members of the portfolio and the members of the panel are not present because of other engagements that they have gone to, but some of them are here that will present both on the side of the majority report and the minority report. I don't know, Chairperson, if you are at the stage where you would want us to go straight into the issue of about how we are going to present our report. But as of now, I would just wait for your guidance. I just wanted to acknowledge that the panel is here, but not all of us are here. and that we are ready to make a suggestion about how we're going to present our two reports. But if the chairperson can give me a guidance, if I should go right throughout that.
Our understanding is that is one report that has been tabled before Parliament. You can run through it unless there's other issues that were not informed earlier on by your team or the minister.
Okay, no, that's fine. Yes, it's one report, but it has a minority and a majority report, Chairperson. So there'll be a majority report section and a minority report within the same composite report. It is a single report, but with a majority and a minority. Okay, Mr. Chairperson, let me just take this opportunity to again thank, I think, the secretary or the chairperson who opened by stating how the panel was set. So I will not go through that. I will only say that we thank Parliament for appointing the 9 members of the panel. And we also thank Parliament for the wisdom of ensuring that for the first time, the Electoral Reform Consultation Panel is actually established by statute, Section 23 of the Electoral Amendment Act of 2023.
Sorry,
Yes, Chair.
Chairperson, can I request that we the report is on the screen for the purpose of members of the public who want to follow your presentation? I'm not sure who's going to share the report. Unless it has been shared, Mr. Adams, that I'm not able to see on my side.
Yes, Chairperson, I'm not yet on the presentations. So the presentations will come.
Okay.
All
right.
These are just introductory remarks.
Thank you, Advocate. You can proceed.
Yes, I'm not yet on the presentation. Okay, Mr. Chairperson, I was just saying that we thank Parliament for the wisdom of establishing this electoral reform consultation panel by legislation. It's the first of all the other panels that have been set that had a legislation and that had also a clear mandate. And the members of the panel were 9. It was Richard Sizani, Advocate Penzi Tlakula, Ms. Matsi Muki, Mr. Msidlamini, Dr. Michael Sutcliffe, Mr. Simon Mabolo, Dr. Albertus Skuman, Mr. Michael Hendricks, and Mr. Norman Duplessis. For the purposes of this meeting, let me just, it won't be repeated at any time in the presentation. Our mandate was made clear in the Act. And let me say, our mandate was to independently investigate, consult on, report on, and make recommendation in respect of potential reforms of the electoral system for the election on the National Assembly and elections of the Provincial Assembly in respect of elections to be held after 2024. That is, our proposals were supposed to work for the election that will come in 2029. We're supposed to submit a report to the minister within a year. That meant that by the 29th of May, 2025, since we were set up on the 28th of May, 2024. Let me just say, without going into details, Chairperson and honorable members that are present, that we did all the tasks that I said were in that mandate. Others, of course, we did not, which we'll explain when we make the presentations. We did call for submissions. We did hold public hearings throughout the country, as our chairperson of the Portfolio Committee indicated that he wants us to go from the north to the south and from the south to the east. We did that, and the Department of Home Affairs helped us finance that. And we did conduct research, quite extensive research. We did host even an international conference, and we wrote and presented the report. Because of some teething problems, of course, of establishment and continuing with our work, we actually, Chairperson, needed to get a 3 months extension, which our minister graciously gave us. And therefore, it meant that our report now would not be submitted on the 29th of May, but would have been submitted on the 29th of August, 2029. And this, as a panel, we are proud to say we did keep to it and we did submit it. I must say then, just in conclusion, unfortunately, Chairperson, when we submitted our report and the minister tabled in Parliament, we had, after the deliberation within the panel and our discussions, could not really agree on the content of all the chapters and on the content of how we do our recommendations. And as the legislation allowed that even dissenting views must also be recorded for the committee to see. We thought, therefore, ourselves as a panel that because our differences are in all the chapters and are also in the recommendations and so on, to make it easier for the committee, let's actually show them in 2 reports. But unfortunately, the portfolio committee said the legislation requires 1 report, and even those who dissent, their views must be stated in the single report, which is what we've actually managed now to do. So the revised report then, which is a composite report, was submitted to the Minister of Home Affairs on the 30th of January, 2026, and the minister retabled it before the portfolio committee and so on. And later on, the portfolio committee called us to come to a meeting, and that was postponed. And we are now having the meeting just to brief the portfolio committee on that report. Honorable Chairperson, the panelists have agreed that that's Section A of the report, which is composed of the majority view of the panel, the majority report, which is represented by 5 panelists: Advocate Pensi Tlakula, Dr. Michael Sutcliffe, Mr. Simon Mabolo, Mr. Michael Hendricks, and Mr. Norman Duplessis will be presented by one of them, which is that 5. Then there is the minority report, which is in Section B, which states the view of the minority panelists. And the minority panelists are 4. They are Dr. Albertus Kuman, Ms. Matsi Muki, Ms. Tomsi Dlamini, and Advocate Richard Sizani. I hope the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs will find this in order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Advocate Sizani. You can invite your team to present.
Colleagues, the colleague chosen to present the majority view of the report must come through, please.
Okay, now thanks, Chairperson of the committee and Advocate Sizani. I will with me, Chairperson from this side of the report, it's Mr. Norman Duplessis, who is going to be presenting the options that this report advances. We also have Mr. Dr. Michael Sutcliffe, who's going to give the committee some reflections on matters related to demarcations. I will start the presentation by giving an overview of the principles and guidelines, principles and values that the panel had agreed, and those principles and values were to underpin the assessment of the options that are being presented before the portfolio committee today. Advocate Tlakula and Mr. Michael Hendricks have both apologized and are therefore not part of this discussion this morning. Chair, I think at the very outset, we really want to reiterate the point that Advocate Sizani made, to thank the committee for having brought us together to consider this national question about possible options that the country could consider in relation to the electoral system. In other words, options that could be looked at to refresh the electoral democratic life of the country, because that's what an electoral system speaks to. So we embraced that mandate with all our skill, knowledge, and all necessary enthusiasm, understanding this to be an important national question. So this is the outline of the presentation. We will give an overview. We'll also deal with the values and principles in a little bit more detail, because that's very important in understanding the options that are advanced a little later on. Then we'll go into national systems. We'll go into the demarcation issues arising from the systems, and then provincial systems, and we then conclude. Chair, after the establishment of the panel and subsequent to its first few meetings, there was agreement on the principles and values, and those would be used to measure the options that we were to eventually come up with. And these values and principles that were adopted were 7 in number: inclusivity, fairness, accountability, simplicity, electoral manageability, transparency, and stable and efficient government. The panel agreed that there would be no hierarchy in terms of these principles, but they were to be utilized in evaluating the various electoral system options, giving a balanced scope and meaning based on consultation, empirical evidence, as well as our own history as a nation in the last 30 years or so. But crucially, the panel agreed that the constitutional imperative of proportionality would be at the heart of the systems to be proposed. In other words, at the very outset, there was a view, an agreed view, that the constitutional imperative for proportionality will be retained in the systems that are proposed. Now, this is important because proportionality implies bringing every voice to bear in the national lawmaking process. In itself, it speaks to the plurality of opinion that is brought to bear in the national policymaking process. So it's an important overarching constitutional imperative that undergirds whatever electoral system proposals that we were to emerge with. And then another important point, a preliminary point, was that it was important that we take into account the overall scheme of the Constitution, in particular, the powers and functions of the different spheres of government on the one hand, as well as the different roles preserved constitutionally, reserved for the legislature, for the executive, and the judiciary. And this is important because representatives are elected into the legislature, and the role of representative is limited to that which is defined constitutionally for them in the legislature. So when you assess how they perform and so on, one has got to be alive to the constitutional edifice that constrains what they can do or what they cannot do. So the scheme, the overall scheme, has to take into account the fact that the executive is a policy making and a public administration component of the state. The legislature is lawmaking and oversight, and the judiciary, the enforcement and interpretation of legislation. So it's important always to bear in mind that when you elect a representative, they're elected into a constitutionally constrained assembly. It can pass laws, create laws, exercise oversight over the executive, but it doesn't have a principal role in delivering services to the populace that is done in the executive. So that's quite an important issue that we felt it needed to be understood up front. Going further, chairpersons, it is important to recognize that these guiding values and principles have the potential to be interpreted differently. That options may at times require trade-offs between these values and principles. And as such, they needed, these values and principles needed to be considered in relation to one another. Hence, the overall guiding practice that there should not be a hierarchy, but we sought to have trade-offs between them. And of course, certain options speak snugly to a set of principles than the other does. So those are the types of trade-offs that had to be considered. So as a panel, we're required to give appropriate weight, if you like, appropriate weight to each value and attempt to harmonize all so as to realize an overall balance. And we did make the point that there is no hierarchy, but they were to be utilized, these principles were to be utilized, giving balance, scope, and meaning based on empirical evidence, research, as consultation, as well as the history of the country. So getting to the first principle, we assert that there are at least two aspects to inclusivity. The first aspect to inclusivity is the notion of representativity. And we argue that an electoral system choice should encourage participation across the broad political and socio-economic tapestry of South Africa to foster diversity of opinion and encourage representation of all South Africans across demographic, and geographic boundaries. I mean, this speaks for itself. We are a country constituted by a diverse people in culture, geography, political persuasion, and so on. It was therefore important that that socio-economic tapestry is facilitated by the option of electoral system the country eventually adopts. The next aspect of inclusivity relates to voter participation. And this includes really how voters feel about the efficacy of their vote. And this is further linked to the district magnitude. How many seats are available in a defined constituency, in a geographic entity? Do people feel close to their representatives in a given context, and so on? So that feeling of whether the vote is efficacious by voters and whether voters really can identify with particular representatives in a defined geographic entity was the second aspect of the notion of inclusivity. And then second, Chair, is the principle of fairness. And the principle of fairness really gives effects to universal adult suffrage, and as well as the rights really of equality and human dignity, which are defined in our Bill of Rights. So at the practical level, every eligible voter should have reasonable opportunity to participate in elections, and as much as possible, votes should be of equal value. Lastly, in this regard, the election results should closely represent the will of the people and be fair in the allocation of national and provincial seats without undue bias or discrimination against candidates or parties. So I think that stands to reason. Then we got to accountability. Accountability, the value of accountability created the greatest debate and in the panel, and there was significant body of opinion which was divergent on this aspect. Because accountability is a broad political concept, and it has different, it has a multiplicity of dimensions. And within that broad concept of accountability, different facets can be emphasized for different effects. So it is not a simple linear concept. It's a broad and multi-layered political concept, which can be interpreted for different effects by people who are differently persuaded. But there is no argument that accountability is a key democratic value based on the principle that elected representatives are chosen to govern on behalf of voters. And as I indicate, the divergence of views in the ERP members likely centered on how they viewed and weighted this principle of accountability. One dimension of looking at the accountability concept can be viewed primarily with term limits of legislatures. That's when the Constitution says the life of a legislature is 5 years, and after which there is a constitutional requirement for an election. That in itself is a constitutional mechanism to ensure accountability, because the assumption inherent in that constitutional construct is that you would have to go justify your behavior in office in the 5 years. Put it bluntly, you have to go account to the public, to the voting public, about your performance in the 5 years you served in a legislature. So when their term is up, government, legislatures, parties, independent candidates must go account on what they did with their previous mandate. And if voters are not satisfied, they must have the opportunity to vote them out, not to vote them in again. So this notion of a term limit and regular election in itself, it's a constitutional construct that fosters accountability. And then the second dimension of this concept relates to collective or individual accountability. There are constructions of accountability that pertain to the individual, and there are constructions of accountability that pertains to the collective. For different effects, you can emphasize different aspects, even in relation to collectivism and individualism. The majority of the panel members viewed accountability as less effective when the focus is on the individual representatives, given that representatives remain party members and are members of a caucus, in other words, subject to the collective decision-making of caucuses. So we tended to view accountability primarily in collective terms, where a party, rather than individuals, is judged for its performance against the mandate it had received in the previous election. So that's another dimension of the notion of accountability. Now, in the case of individual accountability, the party can still determine if the individual has contributed or detracted from its support. But of course, that is an internal party matter. Where voters can exercise direct choice at the next election, there are signal measurements involved, because the ratio is clear. It's a voter to a single representative in a single geographic entity called a constituency. So there it is quite clear that a scenario like that would notionally provide for the ability of voters to link their vote to a person in that constituency. So the role and responsibility of elected representatives as simply agent of the voter, or the relationship, or rather the distinction between the elected representative and as independent trustees or mandated delegates, it's good. It's always good where there's a close association between the voter and the representative. In other words, close association between voters and representative is always desirable within that dynamic of the representative being an agent of the voter. And then in the public consultation processes, a big issue that came up that informed, as it were, the desire for a constituency-based electoral system was the notion of responsiveness. And responsiveness we also see as an element of accountability. And it came through various ways during the public consultations, where citizens were focused on being able to access services and having someone to assist them. Hence, the close connection between the elected representative and the citizen they serve. So the public desire for a constituency is informed by the responsiveness in service delivery and the need to have someone else to talk to get feedback and those types of things. If you like, a frustration that people are currently experiencing related to how their service delivery concerns have been addressed at the different levels, be it in municipalities, provinces, and national. While the choice of electoral system can shape relationships of accountability, it is recognized that electoral systems cannot solely guarantee accountability. And this point is quite important because accountability can never guarantee accountability. It can foster accountability. It can create fertile conditions for accountable political behavior. So that's really the possibility. It doesn't guarantee it. You cannot say because you've instituted a system that you believe to be accountable, therefore there will be political culture of accountability. It really creates circumstances. It creates a fertile ground for a political culture that is accountable. Going further, provincial legislatures have changed hands on several occasions. And the level of support between parties at national level have fluctuated significantly over several elections, which means the electorate has made their views on manifestos and the collective performance of parties clear. In other words, the fact that there's fluctuations. It means the electorate is really analyzing the performance of the incumbents, and they are adjusting their political choices when elections come. So you can see through that accountability is beginning to permeate our electoral choices. Perhaps it's just in its nascent stage, but you can see that there is a permeation of the notion of accountability. People actually are beginning to look at the performance in the previous term before they vote, hence the fluctuating levels of support. Post-election, importantly as well, accountability is a post-election reality. And except for single-member constituencies, in a multi-member environment, multi-member constituency environment, where several number of members of a legislature are elected, deciding which of the representatives elected in a multi-member constituency is to be held accountable is likely to result in finger-pointing and conflict. If you elect 4 people in a constituency and things don't work as well as they should, who then is accountable? What is the basis of making a decision that it's it's this one, but not this one or the other one? It is also tried that any choice of electoral system could be enhanced, or in the case of shortcomings, countered through ancillary legislative and administrative measures which are applicable irrespective of the electoral system. Again, a very important point. We say to achieve a matured culture of accountability, whatever electoral system is eventually agreed, such an electoral system must be supported by ancillary legislative and administrative measures to support that electoral system. That the electoral system on its own will not be a panacea to accountability shortfalls that the country is it's experiencing. And this ancillary legislative and administrative measures could include more radically changed constituency officers. Concepts like service delivery officers to supplement what an electoral system gives you. There are a lot of things that could be constructed as ancillary measures to support the accountability maturity levels in a political system. And then I'll move a little faster now, chairpersons. A degree of simplicity is necessary to ensure that the electoral system is easily understood, accessible to citizens to enable the exercise of their rights. Really, this requires the electoral system that fosters voting procedures that practically every voter can understand, so as to make their choices correctly, reduce the propensity for spoiled ballots, and to allow for their effective participation in a democratic system. So complex systems are also a problem. You've got to have a system that can be easily understood by an average voter. That is important, because people tend to embrace that which they know and understand, and not things that are conceptually beyond their grasp. Fifthly, The choice of electoral system should enable effective management to ensure the credibility of the electoral process and to limit frivolous contestation. And by this principle, we do not argue for administrative convenience of the electoral administration body. Instead, we aim to ensure that the integrity of the process fosters trust in the electoral outcome. And then the penultimate point is that transparency is critical for the credibility of the electoral process and trust in the electoral system. In particular, your seat calculation and seat allocation processes. Those should be clear to voters, and this links with simplicity. People need to understand how their votes are translated into seats in the legislatures. And lastly, where boundaries are involved, the rules that underpin that boundary delimitation process must be easily understandable and ideally consistent with governance of boundaries to foster trust in the system and ensure that people see the system as fair and legitimate. And lastly, facilitating stable and efficient government. This issue is that, of course, people are elected into legislative assemblies. But it is tried that instability in the legislative assemblies finds expression in the executive arrangements that are made. Put simply, instability in the legislative assembly finds practical expression in the executive, rendering paralysis on the mandate of the executive. We see this phenomenon in municipalities. So there's therefore an imperative that excessive fragmentation has to be avoided for the benefits of the citizens. Because citizens deserve stable legislatures that gives us stable executive arrangements for purposes of efficient delivery of services to people. So excessive fragmentation makes coalition formation more difficult and affects chances of coalition survival, with evidence showing instability increasing with greater fragments. An electoral system may have seat allocation rules in place to contain excessive fragmentation, including legal thresholds and/or application of seat calculation formula for allocating remaining unallocated seats. Of course, an electoral system that leads to protracted impasse requiring multiple elections may have a negative perception in the eyes of the public and lead to voter fatigue. Chairpersons, this concludes the section on the values and principles that were adopted. I will now yield to, through you, Chair, to Mr. Norman du Plessis now to take us through the options that this component of the report is propagating. Mr. du Plessis.
Thank you, Mr. Mamabolo. Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Mamabolo, can I ask that you please share your screen? I can't do that for my end, so that I'll tell you when you must skip to the next slide, please. If you would, please.
That's in order.
Chairperson, we agreed from the outset on the issue of thresholds. That stemmed from an analysis of the current electoral system, and which had shown some anomalies. Those, if I can list them briefly, are parties that do not meet the quota gain seats. Now, that is something which is fairly unique to South Africa. No country of significance, I'm not saying to you that there's no country in the world, but no country of significance has a system where people that do not meet the basic quota gain seats. The second anomaly that is there in the current system is that party not meeting the quota may gain a second seat with the largest average method. Now, the reason for that is simply because once you've got one seat which you gained on the basis of largest remainders, your total votes are divided by 1, and that would more often than not be higher than those of other parties that's got multiple seats, and then they gain a second seat, even though they did not meet the quota to begin with. The third anomaly in the current system is that the party meeting the quota and that has one seat invariably gains a second seat. The same principle applies there. All their votes are divided by 1. All their votes would be more than the quota, whereas parties that have more than multiple seats would not have a quota that is above the a remainder that's above the quota, and therefore these parties that have one seat invariably gains a second seat. Now, the consequence of this that there is a system bias towards smaller parties, and that undermines electoral merit when parties but they do not meet the quota gain representation, thereby disturbing inter-party proportionality for represented parties. It follows logically that if at the bottom end there is a bias, it's compensated. That bias has an effect at the top end, and you would find that if we look at our past elections, that the parties at the top end, the first party, the largest party, the second largest, third largest party, invariably has 1 or 2 seats less than their share of not the overall vote, but of the vote of parties that are represented in Parliament. And therefore, there is a consequence of a representation not being as proportional as possible. Now, notwithstanding these particular problems, South Africa still has a system that produces one of the most proportional outcomes when compared to systems in other countries. The number of votes that lead to representation in South Africa lies in the 97-98% category, which is an extreme proportional, and very few votes do not lead to representation. So, next slide, please. To deal with this, one needs to look at thresholds. And initially, in the ERC panel as a whole, we agreed that quota threshold should apply. Given the central role a quota threshold plays in resolving the anomalies in the current system, all members of the ERCP agreed that introducing a quota threshold and allocating remaining seats using the largest remainder method for all the recommended options would resolve the anomalies and ensure inter-party proportionality for represented parties. Modeling of the different options is based on the quota threshold and data from the 2024 election and can be viewed on the Home Affairs website. We'll provide you the details of where you could go and have a look at them at all. The result of this modeling process was thoroughly discussed at several meetings of the panel. Now, talking about thresholds, no thresholds can apply in constituencies. From a mathematical perspective, now whether that constituency is now the 9 regions or multi-member constituencies, obviously it doesn't apply to single-member constituencies where a majority vote counts. But from a mathematical perspective, it's not possible to apply a quota threshold in regions or in constituencies with a smaller number of seats. Seats are thus, as presently the case, allocated to parties and independent candidates who meet the quota, and the largest remainder method is used for the allocation of remaining seats. If I can just explain that to you, if you have only one party meeting the quota let's say, a multi-member constituency of 5 members, but that party is only entitled to 3 seats. Then how do you allocate the other 2 seats if no other party met the quota threshold? So obviously that is a problem. Then you have a very odd situation, and it can occur mathematically, not practically very often, where no party meets the quota threshold. That happens if you've got a lot of parties having bits and bits and bits of votes rather than one dominating party. And then you have a situation where you can't allocate any seats. So the consequence of that is that no quota thresholds can apply in constituencies, and the quota thresholds applies to compensatory seats only. A quota method threshold is the model that only applies to the allocation of compensatory seats. A natural quota is used to determine which parties meet that bar, and only their votes are carried forward for the compensatory calculation. A new quota is determined for the parties that qualify for seats, and remaining seats are allocated using the merit-based largest remainder method. In other words, we're doing away with the largest average, because that actually was introduced to set a artificial threshold after 5 parties were given seats without meeting the threshold. Now, the minority approach is somewhat different from us, and I comment on that because there are 4 options on the table. The current system, a multi-member constituency system, which is akin to the Van Zyl-Slabbert model, 2 variations there. One where you have a 200-200 split, and one where you have a 300 constituency, 100 compensatory split. And then obviously also the single member constituency. So we're all dealing with the same models, but I have to point out that there is a difference in how these models are applied. Now, unbeknown to all members, the minority report amended the quota threshold, even though it had been accepted at all meetings held by the panel. The majority report states that it found the 2-quota approach, when applies a quota threshold, causing confusion, and noted that it left it to Parliament to decide on thresholds. The minority report did not provide modeling to illustrate the implications if a quota threshold did not apply. Now, the consequence of all this, based on 2024 elections data, the quota threshold and the largest remainder method for allocating remaining seats, which is now the majority approach, would reduce the number of represented parties from 18 to 15. The 3 that fall off, if you want to call it that, are the 3 that gained seats without meeting the quota, but gained seats on the largest remainder method. Without a quota threshold and using the largest remainder method for allocating remaining seats, the number of parties would increase to 23, as opposed to the current 18, including 10 parties with 1 seat each. Next slide, please, Sir. Having dealt with those broad principles, we can now have a look at the specific options. Option 1, that is a model number N plus 1.6. Now, if I say in model N 1.6, part of the report is a reference to a Home Affairs website. There, these models illustrate the options step by step so that everybody can see how they were calculated, the formulas used, and it's probably very educational in the long term about how election results are calculated. Now, option 1 consists of the current 9 regions with 200 seats in the regions and 200 compensatory seats. The description is that, which I've now indicated to you. The outcome, 11 parties gain regional representation, and overall 15 parties are represented. That is now the 3 that falls off as a result of the quota threshold, which is applied in this model. And 97.52% of the votes cast led to representation. So it's still an extremely proportional outcome all in all. The advantages of the system is voter familiarity. No redemarcation is required because you stick to the current provincial boundaries. There's little additional cost, the only cost being probably in terms of electronic systems that need to be adjusted at the Electoral Commission. It enables fair gender and minority representation because there are long lists on the compensatory side. Parties can ensure that there's fair gender and minority representation. Inter-party proportionality is achieved. That which is in the current system disturbed because of the introduction of the quota threshold means that inter-party proportionality is achieved and there is no risk of overhang. Now, the question of overhang is an issue that I'll get to a little bit later. Disadvantages of this system: there's no close association between voters and representatives, and intra-party nomination processes exclude the general public. The option one is, if I see what is in the press and what people are commenting on, it's not the current system. It retains the demarcation of the current system, but it has a completely different way of allocating seats. One, by the introduction of a quota threshold, and secondly, by only allocating seats based on largest remainders, which is merit-based. So it's a variation which stands there for option one on its own legs. If we move on to the next slide, we get to option 2A. Option 2A is retaining the essential elements of option one, except that the 9 regions are replaced by 41 smaller multi-member constituencies. They have between 3 and 6 seats per constituency, with most being between the 4 to 5%, 4-5 seat range. Let me explain perhaps how just broadly the idea around demarcation. Dr. Sutcliffe would later on deal with this in greater detail. We've used municipalities and combinations of municipalities to ensure that you have at least 3 seats, because many municipalities would only qualify for 1 and some for none. So you have to combine municipalities to arrive at constituencies, and that gave us 41 constituencies with multi-members. The more ideal situation would have been if one could combine district councils. But that is a little bit more complex in the sense that there are 2 districts which do not qualify for any vote representatives at all, Harib and Karoo. Apart from that, there are 10 district councils where they would only qualify for 2 seats, and then you have to start those combinations, and in the end you end up with not a great many more constituencies than the 9 if you work on a provincial basis. So realistically, one had to use municipalities rather than district councils to combine to get to constituencies. This is broadly the same setup as von Sail-Slabbert recommended, with between 3 and 6 seats per constituency, as I said, and with a 4 to 5 seat range as the most prevalent. The outcome is that 7 parties gain constituency representation, and overall 15 parties are represented. Same number of parties as in option 1. Parties gain the same total number of seats, and you still have 97.52% of the votes cast lead to representation. The advantages: representatives are more easily identifiable, more particularly because if you have 4 to 5, it would be more often than not multi-member representation, multi-party representation rather, and the municipality-based constituencies require little demarcation, although there would be, as Dr. Sutcliffe will illustrate, could be a lot of contestation about that, which municipalities you combine. It enables fair gender and minority representation because you still have a compensatory list of 200 representatives. Inter-party proportionality is achieved as in option 1. And there's no risk of overhang because you would have enough compensatory seats to deal with that. And given the smaller number of seats in constituencies, it may be possible to consider open lists if there is a consolidation of participants in national elections. Now, I'm not suggesting that that is something that is imminent. One would have to have probably as only 10 parties participating, 5 candidates for each. That's you have 50 entries on a ballot paper, which is the equivalent of a 1-page as we have it at the moment. You can't really get to multi-page open list because there are a great many difficulties around multi-page ballot papers. Now, the disadvantages, it's more difficult to follow the results, not impossible, but more difficult than it is in option 1. It may encourage a larger number of participants with local interests, only in a particular constituency. As representatives are elected in constituencies smaller than provincial governments, the ability of representatives to deal with provincial alignment and oversight may be affected. If we go to the next slide. Option 2B is similar to option 2A, except that there are 300 constituency seats for the 41 constituencies and 100 compensatory seats. Exactly the same setup, except that you have a larger number of representatives coming from the constituencies and a lesser number of compensatory seats. The number of seats per constituency varies between 4 and 10, with most being in the 7 to 9 range. Now, once again, in the 7 to 9 range, that in terms of a ballot paper doesn't really lead itself to an open list, which is the ideal in the long term. The outcome, 10 parties gain regional representation, and overall 15 parties are represented. Parties gain the same number of seats as in option 1 and 2A, so that the final outcome is not a problem. 97.52% of the votes cast lead to representation, similar to what you have in option 1 and 2A, and larger parties have fewer compensatory seats than in option 1 and 2A. And in some cases, depending on how the votes fall, it may be single numbers that they have in terms of compensatory for larger parties. The advantages, representatives may be more easily identifiable, but it's likely that representatives elected within the constituency would come from different parties and independents. Municipality-based constituencies have less involved demarcation, but there could be contestation over which municipalities get combined. Inter-party proportionality is possible, but only if a quota threshold applies. Disadvantages, with fewer compensatory seats, promoting fair gender and minority representation becomes more challenging. Instead of having 200 seats, you only now have 100 seats, which is divided by parties, between parties. So it becomes more challenging in terms of gender and minority representation. It may encourage a larger number of participants with local interests, the same as in option 2A. Here becomes an important issue. There is a 2.5% risk of overhang if a quota threshold is applied to the 2024 election data and 15 parties gain representation. That means 3 of the next 100 elections are bound to have overhang where one cannot fit it into a 400-seat assembly. If a larger number of parties gain representation, the risk of overhang increases steeply. And if a quota threshold does not apply and 23 parties gain representation, the risk of overhang or the probability thereof increases to 58.7%. I'm going to deal with the question of overhang in detail a little bit later on. As representatives are elected in constituencies smaller than provincial governments, the ability of representatives to deal with provincial alignment and oversight may be affected. The only difference between 2A and 2B, really in practical terms, is the risk of overhang which comes into it, and the vague possibility in 2A in the long term of open lists, where voters could not only elect a party, but also the candidates of that party during an election. That's what open lists would imply. If we move to the next slide, please. Option 3, that's 200 single-member constituencies and 200 compensatory seats. The description, constituencies consist of an alignment of municipal wards and must be demarcated for every election to accommodate population, migration, and growth. Provincial boundaries are respected, and the number of constituencies, and thus the number of seats per province, correspond with those in other options. Now, the reason why you would have to demarcate for every election, in the other cases, in option 1 and 2A and 2B, the boundaries are fixed, the demarcation, and it's the number of representatives which are adjusted depending on the number of registered voters. Here, where you have a single member constituency, you've got to adjust the boundaries. And that obviously happened because of you base it on wards, and wards are changed for every municipal election, or many of them are changed for every municipal election, and therefore you have to demarcate, and you have to take into account migration of people. The outcome: 4 parties gain constituency representation, and overall 15 parties are represented. It's still 15 parties, but you now are down to 4 parties gain constituency representation. Now, this, if I can just comment in that particular respect, the notion is there that smaller parties or independent candidates would fare better if it's a smaller constituency, as opposed to having to gain votes in a larger geographic area. What this proves is that the more constituencies you have, the smaller the area, the fewer parties gain constituency representation. And the reason for that is the 4 parties that gain constituency representation here are parties that have voter support across most constituencies. It's national parties as opposed to people that have concentrated support in one or more provinces, but not in all provinces. Now, larger parties have fewer compensatory seats. The largest deviation from proportionality in the first tier, that is in the constituency tier, is 19.1%. Now, that is based on 2024 data. I can just mention to you that in the last municipal elections, a party that got 47% roughly of the vote got more than 70% of the wards. There it was about I think 73, 74%, if I recall correctly, a 25% variation, a distortion from overall proportionality, which you have to compensate with the compensatory seats. Parties gained the same number of total seats as in option 1 and 2A and 2B, and 97.5% of the votes led to representation. The advantages: there's obviously now a direct association between the voter and representative, and it permits by-elections, which the others do not. Based on 2024 election data, a plurality factor indicates that in approximately 40% of constituencies, that is where candidates win with less than 50% of the vote, independent candidates have the best opportunity to be elected, not on the basis of a majority, but on being the candidate that received most votes, even if it's less than half of the votes. The disadvantages: there is a 97% risk of overhang if 15 parties gain representation. In other words, one would actually say that overhang is assured, and one will have to deal with that. Gender representation may be negatively affected because you have a tendency to you feel the best candidate in a constituency rather than purely looking at gender or minority representation. As representatives are elected in constituencies smaller than provincial government, the ability of representatives to deal with provincial alignment and oversight may be affected. That is the same as in other options. And then there are demarcation challenges, as I have indicated. If I go to the issue of overhang now, if we go to the next slide, please. When does overhang occur? Overhang occurs when a party gains more first-tier seats, regional or constituency seats, than it is proportionally entitled to overall. In other words, if a party, let's say, is entitled to 100 seats, but overall, if you look at the overall result, but it gains 110 seats in the constituencies. Out of the 200, 110, then there's an overhang of 10 seats. You have that occurring more often than not when there's a large number of seats being allocated based on largest remainders. Now, the more constituents you have, the more is the likelihood of largest remainders coming into play and taking a party over the threshold of what they are overall entitled to. Now, the solution is to overhang, because overhang means that you can't fit it into 400 seats any longer. You can increase the number of seats in Parliament, but this will require a constitutional amendment. Equally, one will have to have it open-ended. You can't say, for instance, reduce the number of seats in Parliament to 350, which fits within the Constitution, but then you end up with 403 or 404 overhang seats, which is quite possible. If you look at Germany, for instance, where more than 100 seats eventually have landed into overhang before they abolished that whole idea. So it's a complex one if you want to increase the number of seats in Parliament. Overhang seats are now, if we get to the other options, the second option, overhang seats are retained and the result is recalculated, excluding the seats and votes of the party with the overhang. The results then fits into 400 seats, but other parties forfeit seats, resulting in disproportional inter-party representation for represented parties. There is an example, which is part of the report, which is also on the Home Affairs website, where there is an overhang for the largest party of 6 seats, based on 2024 election data, in a 300-100 configuration of single members. If they retain these 6 seats, in other words, they are overrepresented, that means that 6 seats must be taken away from other parties to be able to fit into 400. And that means that the second largest party in that particular example, the second largest party loses 2 seats, and then 4 other parties, the next four largest parties, lose 1 seat each. And that, I think, especially if we start talking about coalitions, is going into territory which is going to be difficult. Overhang seats alternatively could be forfeited to remain within the 400-seat prescription, but this means that the affected party loses the constituency seat where it performed less well, which could be the only seat it gained in the multi-member constituency. Now, often there is a reference to overhang in municipal elections where there is a provision where the seat is retained. Where the overhang in municipality elections, where a smaller number of seats are involved, there is mostly an overhang of 1 seat, and those seats are retained as a ward would otherwise be without a ward councillor. 1 seat is not that much of a complication, and I think more often than not people don't even realize that that was the case. In the last municipal elections, there were 6 seats, 6 councils where overhang occurred, involving 2 different parties. In 5 of the 6, it made no earthly difference because there was one party that had an overwhelming majority, and there was one case where it was hung council. I don't think the issue arose there. I don't know whether people actually realized that overhang occurred. However, as illustrated in the example referred to at the national level, where 400 seats are involved, it could affect multiple seats, resulting in significant greater impact. The larger than I've explained, the 6 seats. Now, let me also say to you that overhang does not necessarily affect the largest party. It could affect any party. Second, third, depending on whether they pick up seats based on largest remainders in constituencies. So this is not a predetermination that it would only affect the largest party, and moreover, that it would only affect one party. It could affect more than one party. And it becomes a complex situation. Now, the international trend, none of these solutions are neat, the three that I've mentioned. And it's the international trend to avoid electoral arrangements that could lead to overhang. Now, the consequence of this, I have explained to you. A party with overhang seats, another complication, which regardless of any of the remedies referred to above, not being entitled to any compensatory seats. Whether it keeps them or whether it loses them, its full quota would come from the constituencies, and this could affect parliamentary membership of the presidential candidate of such a party if they are a compensatory list candidate. In other words, the moment that becomes a possibility, your presidential candidate at best stand in a constituency rather than be a list candidate. I will get to provincial elections, but demarcation is very much an issue around these options. And therefore, if I may ask Dr. Sutcliffe whether he could please talk to the demarcation issues.
Thank you very much. And thanks again on behalf of all of us, I'm sure, to you, Chairperson, for convening this. I must give a bit of an apology. I do have a physical meeting that I'm tied into, but certainly will listen into as much of this as I can and beyond. Thanks also to the Chair of ERCP, Advocate Sazani, for introducing where we are. I'll take you through these 3 slides, and even though it's 3 slides out of the bundle, quite often demarcation becomes an issue that gets complicated. Even though we have a proportional system, and you've heard about that, the Constitution doesn't require, specific proportionality. There's another word escaping me there. So it is an important issue because the choice of which municipalities get chosen if we're using municipalities, which wards get chosen if we're using wards, etc., can in fact become very controversial issues. So the using administrative boundaries is usually the neatest way to deal with demarcation. And it could be done by a range of bodies. And obviously that would depend on how far Parliament takes this process as to what body it would be. You could have independent delimitation commissions, such as the Municipal Demarcation Board, although they're confined constitutionally to dealing with municipal boundaries. It could be done by the courts. There's some countries where parties make representation to courts and courts decide. There are political processes where legislatures themselves do it, etc. So that would clearly be an issue that would need to be looked at there. All of those have got pros and cons, and they vary significantly in terms of cost, whether the cost is borne by the state or whether the cost is borne by others. And they also vary in terms of how long it takes to deal with that there. Certainly in going forward, Parliament would have to consider issues such as how do you ensure that while the boundaries may contain any number of electoral seats, they should be roughly equal in size in terms of average voters per population per seat, with some reasonable deviation allowances being allowed for. You would know in the case of our ward boundaries, they're not all exactly equal in terms of the voting population there, and you would know that they get changed because obviously as younger voters now become eligible to vote, it means that our wards would need to change. You also have populations dying off, you have people moving, etc. So those issues would obviously have to be dealt with there. The issue of functionality is important. Ideally, you want whatever delimitations you do to represent a reality where people, broadly speaking, are living and working and shopping and having religious context within that boundary there. And that becomes very difficult. We would know in the case of ward boundaries, it's extremely difficult. It's slightly less difficult when you're dealing with issues at national level, but it's still an issue to deal with there. Obviously, we also have huge differences in population density. It goes without saying that places like the Northern Cape, and I think that Norman's already dealt with the issue of 2 of the districts, are in fact too small to have even a single seat if we use districts as the basis for identifying parliamentarians. Issue of public consultation is important. Clearly, with very large areas, and even at a ward level, it's difficult, but at a high level, how do you deal with that public consultation? Because often people can't get to the venue where that consultation occurs, etc. So those would all have to be dealt with properly. And then the regularity. Do you do these before each election, in which case, how long before them? And we have a particular system already in place for local versus national government there in terms of voting registration. So there will be impacts at that level there. So that's the broad issues that we would have. Next slide. Our view is that there are a set of demarcation principles to look at. Firstly, is that you would want to make sure that we get equality of voting strength across each constituency. We believe you need an independent, impartial boundary authority to finalize boundaries. We don't need it. We didn't put it in the report, but we don't believe that the IEC would be able to do that because it is, they have enough challenges at the moment just getting elections to be free and fair. If you add in the requirement that they're going to develop those boundaries, it's probably going to make their task very difficult. But it should be an independent, impartial boundary authority there. There must be transparency in the process, and the public must be empowered at that level, because certainly there's often a belief that even in the third model that, that person will be my local member of parliament. But how local is local? You will see in Appendix 4, where we just show you the potential size of those three options that we've got, the three basic options that we have, the potential size of these constituencies at that level there. We then provide estimates in Appendix 4 of the three options that we have: the use of provinces, the 41 constituencies, and the 200 single-member districts. So I'll just touch on that in the last slide that I'll be dealing with. Thank you. Option 1, obviously the 9 multi-member constituencies. That, as you would know already, you have some provinces that are less than 1 million people, and then others that have 1 million voters. Some have 6.5 to almost 7 million voters in them there. The areas range, and it's quite the inverse of the number of registered voters. So that you have province like the Northern Cape, which has 372,000. It's almost a quarter of the land surface of the country as a whole, down to other provinces like Gauteng, which are 18,000 square kilometers there. There wouldn't be any demarcation necessary because provincial boundaries stay the same, unless the number of provinces, and I'm not adding that into an equation, or there might be some small community issues that there might be changes to boundaries there, but those, as they're constitutionally defined, would really be ones that stay there. The second option, the 41 multi-member constituencies, and as Norman indicated, there are 2 options there, but those don't affect if we're having 41 constituencies. Just to show you what they would range from, you would find the registered population of those would range probably from 0.4 million to 0.9 million registered voters. The area changes massively. So in a province like Gauteng, you would have some smaller areas. They would be 548 square kilometers. So to think of that, that's about 20, it's about 22, 23 kilometer radius. Would be the size of a constituency in those 41 member, the smallest ones, and obviously the largest would be a province like Northern Cape there. Now, you could combine municipalities, as Norman said, but even though there's little demarcation, even though it says there might not be, combining municipalities, for example, might be an easier option, it doesn't mean to say that there aren't going to be a whole lot of issues that arise out of that demarcation process there. You could divide in the case of category A municipalities, but even the choice of which municipalities to combine, when you take places like Nelson Mandela Bay, for example, you might need to have some additional voters coming from, let's say, the south or the north or the west of that to add into that equation there. And there clearly would be divergent views. When you take the 200 single-member constituencies, there you come into what we do during the municipal elections, is needing to ensure that the registered population is within a percentage of the norm. And there it's not easy to simply say it's going to be municipalities, which would be the basic area there, and then you might divide it into getting the single member constituencies. That becomes much more difficult. And we did that exercise just looking at municipalities, and you'll see that some of them are less than, as we've heard already, even those there's, I think Norman indicated, there's 30 or 40 municipalities that the majority of the population is found in. And what do you do about those other 170 odd municipalities that we would have there? So you could use wards, but wards we know change, as it were. You would have significant differences across category A and C municipalities, or you might have a completely de novo situation where you actually are going out to actually create a whole new set of wards, of boundaries there. Obviously, all of those impact on time, effort, and divergent views that we would have there. So in the majority report, you'd find in Appendix 4, and you might find it very interesting just to look at those numbers, because they would show you for the country as a whole, again, using the last elections. We're not looking at election results here, we're just looking at the size of each of those potential constituencies and what the number of voters are to try and get the kind of equality that you would need there. So, Chairperson, I'll hand back to Norman, if that's okay, to take us through the rest of the presentation. But thank you again.
Thank you. Is that the end of the brief, Mr. Mamabolo, with your team?
Chairperson, no, we've not dealt with provincial electoral systems, which I can briefly get to.
Okay.
The first option is the single tier system with a province as a constituency. In other words, the present system is modified only by introducing a quota threshold. Otherwise, it stays exactly the same. The outcome is that fewer small parties gain seats, with the number varying between 1 and 4 fewer parties, depending on the province. The advantages is an established and a well-known system with few challenging for change. In the public consultations, I can only recall the Free State coming to the provincial system. Nobody else commented on the provincial system, so that obviously was not something that bothered a great many people. Independent parties and independent candidates and parties compete on an even level playing field, and there's no risk of overhang in a single-tier system. Disadvantages: representatives do not have a close geographic association with voters. It's inherently the current system, except that a quota threshold is introduced. If we move to the next one, option 2, which is a 2-tier compensatory system. Constituency boundaries correspond with those in the national elections. In other words, we're now talking about the 41 constituencies as they apply in a province, because they don't transgress provincial boundaries, and half of the seats are allocated to constituencies proportional to the number of registered voters, and half are compensatory seats. The outcome is parties receive the same number of seats as in the case of option 1. There's also a quota threshold in this case. Advantages: representatives are more easily identifiable and associated with a geographic area, an alliance with a 2-tier compensation at the national level, and there's no risk of overhang in any of the provinces. However, a disadvantage: it increases the number of ballots to 4, 2 for the national election and 2 for provincial election. And that obviously is not over and above the cost implication, which is dealt with in the report in full. The major effect would be on the slower rate at which people can vote, and also the slower rate for the counting of ballots. If we move to the option 3 here, half of the seats are ward-based single-member constituencies and half are compensatory seats. Demarcation is required for every election due to a population migration. In other words, we are talking about wards being the basis. Additional constituency boundaries can correspond with those in option 3 for national elections, because different numbers of seats are involved in the 2 elections. Gauteng has got 80 provincial, but only 47 in the National Assembly as regional representatives or constituency representatives. And because they don't correspond, you have to have a different demarcation for the provincial election. If you're talking about single member constituencies, larger parties dominate constituency outcomes. Advantages, it's a close geographic association between voters and representatives, and it permits by-elections. Disadvantages increase the number of ballots to 4. The demarcation of constituencies is required for every election, and would be a challenging process. A high risk of overhang in 7 provinces, which range from 10 to 63%. That, Chair, I think deals with the provincial elections. It's a little bit more simple and straightforward than what it was with the national elections. Thank you. If I pass to Mr. Mamabola, please.
Chairperson, that concludes the presentation on this aspect of the report. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, through Advocate Zane, Mr. Mamabolo, and your team on the submission you've made to the report. Advocate Zane will now invite you to allocate other members of your team for a presentation.
I think good day again, Mr. Chairperson and honorable members. I must just say in my opening remarks that unfortunately, because of the timing of this meeting, 2 of my colleagues who would have made this presentation are not here. I was not meant to make the presentation. It was supposed to be made by Dr. Skuman and Ms. Matsie. We were supposed to be the backup answering the questions, myself and Tomsi. So it fell on me, therefore, Mr. Chairperson, to actually take you through the minority report. So I'll try to emphasize key points that and key messages that our report brings to the committee. If I don't address some of the things, it is not because we agree with some of the things. I would say that our report, the original report, and also this section B in this composite report do contain all our full arguments and all our full research on this matter. So those matters are addressed there fully, but I will address some as I go on. Also, I'm conscious of the fact that the first report did take quite a lot of time. So I'll try not to repeat things and so on. Thirdly, I will avoid by all means not to try and repeat the arguments that we have had in the panel here, nor even mention members by name on things that I'm talking about. The person who's continuing with the slide can see that our report, Mr. Chairperson, will talk about the mandate and process, findings of previous commissions, public perceptions and consultation, international benchmarking, and trends in electoral reform, understanding electoral system design, electoral system options, assessing options against the guiding principles, additional measures such as thresholds, overhang, and open listing. Mr. Chairperson, let me just make this point before the person who's running the slide continues. This is important. On our mandate, probably we can change the slide. We can move with the slide to the parliamentary person who's running the slide. Let me just say, of course, we've dealt with the question of the report people. They are the 4. Let's move, please. Mr. Chairperson, I had already read the mandate, what I want just to make as a message to the portfolio committee and the other portfolio committee members that are here is that our mandate was not purely about technical definitions, technical understanding, our own personal views. Part of our mandate was to listen to South Africans. Part of our mandate was to look at research throughout. Part of our mandate was to receive written submissions. And what we bring to the portfolio committee, therefore, ourselves as a message, or importantly, was that our collective knowledge as panelists was not the only deciding factor in how we make our recommendation. The constitutional preamble starts with the people of South Africa. So one of the things we wanted to bring to the portfolio committee is that when you send us out there, we also listen to South Africans. We also carrying that message from them for this portfolio committee and the leadership of our country to also listen to them. And their message that we got outside, the message that we got from research, the message we've got from a 30-year period of a system that we admit has served us well, was that it is now time to reconsider. It is now time to look for some of the solutions, because the current system has probably run its course, and some of its failures, although it has a very good successes, are really beginning to undermine governance, instability in the country, and have led to the situation that people are losing confidence in our democracy. So that is what I want to say. If you don't understand anything that I say, Mr. Chairperson, that is the message that I would like to say, that parliamentarians and our leadership, the people you send us out there, are saying, please, you can look at the current system. There are a lot of things that needs to be corrected, which might not have been mentioned, but you must also look at other options, because there are serious problems with what we're facing. We can continue. We've dealt with the process of establishing the thing. I will not deal with it. Let's continue. Mr. Chairperson, I would just like to mention this point on the previous reports, that part of the reason we had to have a chapter 3 in our report, which mentioned previous reports, was that it was part of the message that came out, that even in the interim constitution, that the current electoral system was not a final system. It was an interim system that will be reviewed from time to time. And you will find that we therefore mention the task teams that it has started. But I would like to start so that, because I will address this matter later, I'd like to start by reminding the committee that when Madiba, our first president, stepped down, he reminded members in his last address to Parliament that one of the things I think you must look at in our system is whether your representatives are closer to the people or not. You can find that in Madiba's speech. That one of the important things was is there any closeness and relationship and recognition of our representative by the electorate? Matiba said that. And you will find, of course, that in the previous reports, we had the 202 report, which was led by Van Zyl-Slabbert report. That's the Van Zyl-Slabbert report. And their recommendation was clear that they want a multi-member constituency system with smaller constituencies. And I think he had suggested about 67 constituencies at that, but keep the proportional side of the thing to do a compensatory. If a party, for instance, got more votes but could not get a seat, then there's a compensation where they will be allocated so that the whole thing becomes proportional. One thing that I want to make, in case I don't make as I go on, is clear that we all, in terms of modeling and looking at the system, agreed that the options that are present in our reports are all proportional and they are within the Constitution. And there is no problem with that. That is one thing that we had all assessed in our modeling. I'll answer why there are some boogeymen that are being raised in this later on. But the point that I would like to make quite clear is that if you look at the mandate of our electoral of our leadership in Parliament, if you look at their mandate in terms of the election and amendment, we were asked not to choose a system for our country. That is the choice of our elected representative. We were asked to give them sufficient relevant options that they can look at and that can apply in our system. And the power was up to them. What we were asked to do was, we said, tell us the advantages and the disadvantages of the system that you are choosing, you are recommending. Tell us what are the financial and legal implications of those systems. So there was nothing stopping our representatives, if they look at the system and find the system that would suit here would need us to tweak the Constitution here and there. That is absolutely in terms of the mandate that we're given within ourselves. It was not a matter of a deal between 9 people. It was a matter of saying we can suggest these things, but if there is a constitutional issue that must be addressed, it did not say that we must not. We must just say, well, one of the issues that we have to do in this one, you might have to look at the Constitution. And and Parliament can decide or not decide on that matter. So I would want to say, for instance, the Slabbert report itself did come with the multi-member system, and it was the same system that you will find as our option 3B here, but ours is modernized. So it's not a new recommendation that we made in option 2B. The Independent Panel Assessment of Parliament of 2006 talked already in 2006 of replacing the system. Of course, Cabinet in the 202 majority report of Slabbert, which recommended a change, felt that there was no need for change. The independent report in 2006 was also presented. The high-level panel assessment of key legislation in 2017 by former President Motlanthe recommended that Parliament should amend the Electoral Act to provide for an electoral system that makes members of Parliament accountable to define constituencies on a proportional representation and constituency system for national election. So that's what that report say. Then we had the 2021 Ministerial Advisory Committee, which a number of the members of what is called our majority report were serving also in that panel. That panel was led by Mr. Valimusa. The majority in that recommendation, which did not include some of the members of our team here, the majority led by former Minister Musa, made the recommendation to change to a mixed member proportional system made up of single constituencies and national compensatory list similar to the local government system. So our 200 third option is the majority report of Mr. Valimusa and so on. And what you are finding now, of course, Mr. Valimusa's report was not accepted, where he was recommending that we must have a mixed system like the local government system, which we already have, which is again 200 of single constituency members now, plus 200 compensatory seats. That's what that was the majority then. And today, what you are finding is that the minority, of course, chose the current system. So what you find today is that the minority, which is us, is recommending the majority of Slabet is also recommending the Valimusa majority of 2021, and the majority here is actually recommending, although it's not saying in clear lines, but their slant is basically recommending that leave matters as are. This is the system, the current system is the best system for the country. That is why we had a division, because we chose change. We chose change to the question of actually remaining with the system, and it's up to members to see. But certainly, even if you were to look at the system with a number of honest examination of it, there would be a number of changes that you need to do. Like there have been changes on the issue of independence, of independent candidates. There have been some issues about accountability in the system, and many things about party-centric role of political parties and the leadership in actually controlling the levers of power, choosing candidates, and also dealing with the issues relating to even how it has influenced Parliament to take certain decisions. So there are certain things in the system really that you cannot pretend that you are going to cover up by models, by simulations, and by technical definitions. We are South Africans. We live here. We, the people, are experiencing what is happening. Let's pass. Chairperson, I'm not going to emphasize. I've already made the points that the public opinions do indicate that overwhelmingly the majority of South Africans are unhappy with the electoral system, and this came out strongly in public consultation. I must say, Chairperson, so that I'm not misunderstood, we tried to have a survey, and because of procurement and so on, I'm not blaming the Department of Home Affairs, they tried to help us, but procurement did not allow us to have a survey of what people think about the system. Of course, we did have public consultation. They are not enough to represent the 58 or the 63 or 60 million South Africans. So we're not trying to do that, but we're saying the sampling that we had and the areas, Chairperson, where we had 2 meetings in each province, in the rural and urban areas, the word was one, that they were not happy with the electoral system. That's the point. I'm not saying that we surveyed all South Africans. We would recommend to Parliament to, when they do this, to do a survey. Because these people are talking to Parliament, not to us. Okay, let's continue, please. Well, again, this is one of the research, because we're asked to do research, and the barometer does indicate there that basically if you look at the line there, you would find that it's now beginning to tell you that about 71 South Africans are dissatisfied with how democracy is working. So it's one of the things that basically we have made. We're just emphasizing the point that these are some of the research and some of the things that were coming up to influence us in making recommendations. That's why it was difficult to say you can ignore what Parliament has said we must do. It said we must do research. It said we must listen to people. We can now not mix them, but come with only our views and our experience, and also about our own interest in working in a particular system. Okay, let's continue. Again, that I'm not going to spend any slide. What you find there is that South Africans are indicating 53% of them are indicating that they are no longer interested in our democratic system or how the system is, although South Africans were in love with our system and they were really proud of 1994 as it go. But under the electoral system and other governance matters, they are losing the support. The 53% chairperson will be made by the combination of the 30% of people who land. It doesn't matter what kind of government we have, and also a 20% of about sometimes non-democratic methods are even preferred to the democracy. So that's how you will calculate the 53% there. It includes both the black line and the green line. And the yellow line is democracy is preferable. You see how it has climbed down to 60 to down. Let's move. Mr. Chairperson, I just want to make one point here that must be understood clearly. We're just making the build-up point that South Africa has one of the world's lowest turnout rates among the voting age population. So we're not talking about all South Africans and so on. We're talking about those people who are actually of the voting age. And you will see that the number for our country, out of those countries that are 170, is 155. That's the research that we used, is 155. Let's pass. Well, we did public consultation, Chairperson. I will indicate just without overemphasizing that in the public consultation that we had, most submissions and community consultations supported strengthening the link between voters and representatives, which was often conceived as a constituency-based system. So, Mr. Chairperson, what I just want to make it clear with the public consultation, we are not saying as the minority that they definitely knew, most of the people who consulted definitely knew that this was what they were saying. So they would not, of course, in the written submissions, especially by educated persons and political parties, they would indicate. So some of the people did not necessarily say, we want 300, 100, we want 200, 100, we want 200, 200 with constituencies, but they use terms that indicate to us as the people who are given this task to understand. So when we read, the submissions are there, Mr. Chairperson, in Home Affairs. The Portfolio Committee can have access. We did write all the reports on all the submissions that we did. All the written submissions are also there. All the consultation reports are also all there. They are, of course, property of Parliament kept by Home Affairs. So that is one thing that people felt they needed, that closeness link between the voters and their representatives, which was often conceived as that they want a constituency. Dr. Mkhize, for instance, when we went to Ulundi and so on, people would say, Parliament introduces constituency people we don't know here, who don't know us in this constituency day thing. But I want somebody who is here and who lives here or is known in this region to represent us, because he knows our problems. We know that person. We can talk to that person. Secondly, most throughout the country, Chairperson, from Mpumalanga to Ulundi, from Eastern Cape to Polokwane, most people indicated to us that part of what we want to see in the system, we don't want to wait for the next election and then be just pumpkins during the period. We want some power, and we want even the political parties to have that power where they are able to actually hear our complaints and remove a person we are not happy with. Or we also want to be able to say, no, this person is not serving us well, and the things that he's doing and so on are not working well. So we want the recall. So there was a sense we got, Mr. Chairperson, that in some of the changes that the people are putting to their representative is that you need to look for a system that will also ensure that there's closeness, that will ensure that there is some accountability. We can't wait for another 5 years and so on and do a technical definition of what is collective and what is individual. They want the individual to know. More importantly, one of the points they made quite clearly was that, again, some of the people that are chosen by political parties in this close list system and proportional system, even if it's two-tier, is that they are not people of quality. So to a certain extent, if you introduce some people we can choose, and in an area that is close enough, smaller enough to know, we will know people of quality. So even the quality of our representatives will actually be better than now, because some of the people, you don't know how they reach Parliament and how they get there. And I'm sorry, I hope this is not taken as Sizani's personal opinions trying to attack either the current system or members of Parliament. It's not. But Chairperson, you send us to listen to people. We did study these things and we have capacity. But part of the thing that we did say, we say we must tell you what the people are saying. So I want you to know that some of these things are things that came out of the submissions. They can be checked, they are written there. So overall, it was clear that public want a closer relation with their representative and want more say in directly choosing their leaders. I mean, Chairperson, I must indicate, as we went through, we struggled because our mandate only talked about national and provincial, National Assembly and provincial elections. Did not talk about how the executive is elected and so on. But throughout, we have piles and piles of submissions, and even in the hearings, where people were saying, we want to elect our president directly. We want to elect mayors that we know directly, and those, but of course we didn't include them in the report. But I'm just saying that people did really want to have a role in choosing their leaders. It's some of the changes that they wanted in our electoral system to be done. And they were very keen on ensuring that they have a directly elected leadership in a number of areas. Let's continue, please. Let's continue, please. I don't know if I need to sorry. Okay, Thank you. I would not make a big thing about that. My colleagues have already expressed that. The point I'll just make, a chairperson, what the current system has, which is one of the most criticized issues that were even criticized. We're not saying that we're canvassing for others, but one of the points that was made was that although there is an attempt that there are no constituencies in our country, there are actually constituencies. Proportional representation nationally makes the whole country a single constituency. Then the regional ballot is made up of 9 provincial constituencies. So there are constituencies. So there are 9 big constituencies. That's the point that is mentioned. For instance, Gauteng as a whole is a constituency with candidates basically that are 47 there, and you would find in that regional list, and therefore you would find that each party would have probably, if it's capable, to put 47 people. Of course, fortunately, is that people have to actually vote for the party, not the people. So that is what is happening. But you would find, I'm not speaking on behalf of independents, but we listen to also independents. And Zaki Ahmad, in his submission, this is one of the things the independents said they are not treated well in the current system, was the fact that basically one person from Pretoria, who's an independent, is actually fighting the whole political party in the system that it is there. So that was one of the issues that the independents said. Even if you look at this system, but you will see our inclusion was not really meant was not really meant seriously to accommodate and strengthen democracy. It was just purely to comply with the Constitutional Court judgment. Because if you put us against the independent, and of course, although they're not stopped from voting for a national party of their choice, which they don't want to do that because the Constitution says they have a right to choose or be chosen, but they can't participate in that national, in that they have to be only voted here in the regional vote themselves. And of course, those votes might be lost if they are not chosen. But one of the things they said, Mr. Chairperson, about the system, Mr. Zaki Ahmad made this point that to a certain extent, a political party, because of the regional and the compensatory vote, does get double votes for the national seat, in the sense that the regional votes of that party plus the national vote are counted and put together twice to create the seat, but they themselves only have this option of in the province to compete against that. I'm just saying that these are some of the things that were said about the system that made them unhappy. Let's continue. So I've already made the point. I don't know, but our research that was made and we were asked, Chairperson says, if we are not the largest, we are amongst the top members currently in having the largest constituencies in the world. That's why that red there shows our country. But other studies might actually show that probably we're number 2. But certainly there's no doubt that our 9 provincial constituencies are quite huge by standard of constituencies. Let's continue. Well, Chairperson, Alan, it is again us making the point that it is now some international trends that electoral system, especially in the 90s, have been reviewed and sometimes not change, with some improvements, having listened to a number of things that needs to be done. So that just shows, yeah, that certain countries have moved from the first past the post system, the British system, to actually a mixed member system, and also a single constituency and proportional representation system. Others have adopted a purely proportional system. Others have gone back to the first past the post system. So there has been a charge, but the majority of people have moved to a certain extent. Some of the cases of change have moved to multi-member constituencies, and some of them have moved to single-member constituencies as some of the changes that they take into account. So we are saying to the portfolio committee, there are trends that show that you can change. Look, for instance, Chairperson, a country like Lesotho, just next door to us, has actually adopted a multi-member constituency system. And in that system, the members of the National Assembly are 120, if I get it right. And 2/3 of that, 66% of that, that is about 80 members, are in constituencies, and 40 members are proportional. That's what Lesotho has done. And again, if you are looking at the middle system that we're talking about of a multi-member constituency, where you have now a number of small constituencies where there are each party can have 3 or 4 or 5 candidates. You can look at a country, for instance, that thought about it very hard and finally did it, a country like New Zealand. So there are some changes. Of course, we can look at it even other countries, that our research does show quite a number of those things. That's why we insisted that we would want this research to reach Parliament, and so that Parliament can look at it in making up its decision. It's not our task to impose a system to the Parliament. It's for them to choose, but we need to be open about what we found when we were sent out. Okay. Well, let me just, without overemphasizing this point, to indicate that the debate on electoral system design is over the best size for constituencies, as this can make trade-offs in objectives. In simple electoral systems with only one level, larger constituencies and more seats leads to greater proportionality, but weakens the relationship between voters and their representative in terms of accountability, responsiveness, and less conduct. But our system, of course, is not that system. However, this conventional trade-off in the size of constituencies is not applicable to our system, because our system is two-tier compensatory system, such as a system that has these huge constituencies that can be made smaller without impacting on proportionality, would also assist in creating and achieving best of both worlds. So we're saying our system is two-tier. It has consequences, but they are just too big, and also has, of course, the proportional compensatory system, which makes it good and fair, but it would achieve, in our own opinion, better results without losing proportionality and the values in the principles that we have taken into account, which I'll address later. If, for instance, some of the constituencies would have been made smaller, like they are suggested in the options that we have given, as some of the things that Parliament can look at in ensuring that things like accountability, responsiveness, and contact with the people are also achieved. Okay, let's move, please. Chairperson, I'll skip the seat allocation. I'll skip the seat allocation. Sorry, let me then conclude. Can you go back, please? Chairperson, the point we are making really, without emphasizing it with the seat allocation, is that in the systems that have been put before you, the overall result is exactly the same because of the compensatory nature of our system. If a party gets more votes in the constituencies, it would be compensated by the compensatory system to get that. If a party does not get any votes but meet the threshold of the number of votes that are required to constitute a seat, that party would get a seat. So we were saying on all those systems on modeling, that we found that across those, there is basically that parties will not lose their seats because there are constituencies. Okay, we can continue, please. That is the same point that is being made by our own research. The research that we did that shows that systems are all equally proportional, whether they have constituencies or not, especially the ones that have been put by us before our parliament. So we are not trying to move away from proportionality, but we are looking at also the constituencies. Let's move, please. So option one has already been explained quite at length, and it has the first tier of 200 seats distributed across 9 multi-member constituencies following provincial lines, and has a further 200 seats, which then are compensatory. Okay, let's continue, please. This is option B, and of course option B has also 2A, which is 200, 200. This one maximizes the issue of more contact and more accountability and ability of closeness and an ability also of improving the quality of members. That is why we felt it is proportional. There are no challenges of constitutionality on it, and it would basically create, on average, in one of the small constituencies, it will create about between 4 and 7 seats that each party can stand. Of course, there will be, in a smaller seat, a number of parties now that are contesting on that. So that is the smaller PR system. So 300 here would be actually constituencies, and 100 would be compensatory. And this system, as already indicated by the colleagues, will be based on municipal areas, on their combinations or their combinations. So basically, you can combine here. We are not saying anything. Other countries have used, for instance, district municipalities to put together. And here we have talked about municipalities in our discussions. So that is what has already been explained. Okay, let's continue. And we agree that the number is likely to be 41. But this is that system that we called the modernized Van Zyl-Slabbert system. Then the third system, which is the MEC system, the one that was recommended by the Valimusa team. is the 200-200 single member constituencies. And this one would be based on wards in terms of our discussions. And 200 seats, of course, would be compensatory. But we must just conclude by saying the final result is just as proportional as option 1 and 2 and has the same overall outcome. It's a matter that, of course, we are putting to members, but we would like just to put the caution that because we are propagating change, Chairperson, we are also saying to Parliament that don't take our word for it. Please get peer review. Please get independent opinions and professionals on this. We've consulted in the conference other people and competent people. I'll address that later on. And professionals in the area, internationally and so on, others who participated in the country from the 1994 elections were advisors. Yeah, they were in our conference which we held, which was a very successful international conference. There are also South Africans who are experts in these things, people like Mr. Atkins and others that are here, that Parliament on its own should peer review some of the things that are being said here. Because, for instance, those experts, and I talked to them myself, and I'll address that later, and other members, of course, talk to them, indicate that on the numbers that are here, on the numbers that are here and the divisions that are here, it will be a 1 million, 1 in a million years or million elections that you can reach something that would be called an overhang. That there is no threat of overhang in the two systems in terms of their own modeling and in terms of the modeling that we also did. This thing of overhang is a simulation that is done by one person amongst ourselves and was not peer reviewed. I will address that. So there is a caution that these things, some of them, don't take our word for it. Check them, because it's the task of the Parliament to choose an electoral system. Let's continue, please. Indeed, as already indicated by our colleagues, not much was said about the provincial elections. So basically, we did not do anything. We did just recommend that the province, as it stands, as a single constituency, is just too big for all the reasons of accountability, other people participating, and democracy. Even for political parties, it helps political parties, because if in a constituency they have about 3 members, even this splintering in political parties might not happen, because people might vote for the 3rd member who's chosen because they don't want number 1. But the political party would benefit, because when those votes are counted for compensatory, even if they didn't want to vote for that, those votes will still go to the political party overall for it to get a seat. So you might get more participation, you get more interest at local level. It's not a wrong thing to have that interest at local level. People might go for the person they choose. And if the party offers them in a constituency, three people, for instance, or 4, it's a bonus if it's 7. Then basically that party is likely to benefit, because the votes now that are all going to that party's candidates that are chosen in that list, and the people also knowing those people will actually all be votes of that party. And when the compensatory system is done, they will get them, even if they didn't get a seat in that constituency. So those votes are not lost. So we just recommended basically there, like, I don't know, in the province, I think of KZN, if I'm right, I think their provincial legislature has 80 members, subject to correction because Dr. Mkiza is here. And all we just said is that they must have 40 constituencies and 40 proportional, and it will be a 50-50 split. So that's what we said, but we didn't say much on provinces because nobody said anything. But we thought that this will help revive also the interest in elections, give strength to political, to the quality of leadership in the provinces, and also ensure that if other parties are putting stronger candidates, you will also be forced to try and not just put, even if it's a closed list, you will not be, you will be forced to also put people of stature. You might even be forced not to close completely people. You might want to say, who is your premier candidate up front, and so on in many of these things. So we thought there are quite a lot of benefits to look at systems, even if some of those were introduced in the current system and so on. So we say that we would favor a system that is like that in the provinces. Let's move. Chairperson, I think you did get a fair discussion of the guiding principles. And therefore, I will not repeat it and so on, save to make 3 points that I would make. That all these principles we agree, all of them are applicable in the systems, but they are not applicable on the same impact. So all the systems that are recommended there will achieve inclusivity, will meet fairness. There is no system there, for instance, it's absolutely not correct that any of those systems will, for instance, impact negatively on gender and so on, because the compensatory system allows any land distortions to be corrected. It's accountability. Our system, I mean, we don't think our people are just really unknowingly. One of the things we found in the research is that actually I think quite a number of our people are literate in the country. The country has a better, which is of course a credit to the new democratic government, that quite a number of education has happened, and educational on elections has also taken place. So I don't think the issue of introducing a fourth ballot would confuse them. They were able in the last election, without many spoiled ballots, for instance, to accommodate a third ballot when the independents were introduced. So we just feel if they are now in the province, it's not only single ballot, there's a 40-40 ballot. I think our leadership should really consider and see that in the light of that, people are interested in some of these things and in the trade-offs that they want to do themselves. Does it really cost so much, the issue of fourth thing? In a system already that is losing, as it is now, electoral system that we have, that is already losing quite a lot of money, have this commission and that, and the Zondo commission and other commission, Matlanga commission and others, that monies are lost. Would it be a lost money or a useless money to invest in a system that will bring more improvements and changes? So I just want to say expenditure on improvement and renovations certainly cannot be seen as such to say, oh, it will be expensive, don't try it. Our constitution, for instance, has been amended for more than 20. I'm not saying it's a joke to amend a constitution, but this country, when it has felt that there is necessary things for it to move forward, it has taken decisions that are unimaginable. Like, for instance, the government of national unity like we have. So I'm just saying it's up to the leadership, really, that that it should not be scared or threatened about certain things, to check for once what is good for the country, what is good for its people, what does that we, the people, actually mean, and deal with it. So in these principles, so the electoral manageability, I'm sure our electoral commission has clear credibility and competence in handling elections. They would be able to deal with this, even if it might require some transition or time to do, if there are changes that are made, either in any of the options that are being made, preferably if those changes are made in the two options that we recommended. But two things that I want to take out of this, Chairperson, just to address you. Let me address the issue of accountability, because quite a lot was made. I'm not going to go to the technical definitions that have been made and so on. But I just want to say, even if we were to agree that these principles are all applicable and inclusive, but when we went out there to the people, and the participations and the things that came in that were included, and the research that happened, shows that accountability is not an after the election matter. Accountability of a system is so important even at the start of electing the leadership of the country, because you are actually giving your life, your money, everything to these people to decide for you, because our democracy is representative democracy. So you can now then sit back and wait for another 5 years because it's important to punish a political party after the elections. What we got out there is not that, even if that was the correct definition, but we had to take into account research, which shows that research includes individual accountability, includes individual accountability of a member. It includes collective responsibility in terms of the party itself, and it includes even group representatives. For instance, I just read recently, Chairperson, to divert a little bit. In England, a member of one of the parties just missed 3 meetings of the portfolio committee without giving any thing. That member had to resign. So basically, the thing that we got was that accountability applies throughout. The second thing that we got, Chairperson, on accountability for members, which made now accountability more important for us to highlight, not to say that the others don't matter, but that the current system lack accountability. The second thing that was made was this lack of closeness with the people. It was made that we don't know them. Secondly, people on their own said we want the power to participate in choosing these members, but more importantly, want the power to also be able to recall them. So we don't want an accountability that only starts from the party to a representative that is chosen. We want the representative to also know that he or she has a constitutional duty to also represent the people. So he's also representing the people, and therefore must know that there are consequences for that, even if they are not done by the party Of course, there was a complaint, Mr. Chairperson. It does not apply to a particular party. It applies to all political parties that the current system is quite run by political leadership. So it's political party centric and is dominated by the political leadership. And therefore, to a certain extent, candidates might be chosen as favored leadership. Even questions of accountability and punishment might actually happen whether the member is popular or not popular within the current leadership. It's not about the particular parties, it's all the parties. So people wanted to have a role in that because they feel that, for instance, there are people who have caused problems in terms of service delivery and who are not facing accountability and be able also to be responsive because they know that they are safe in the party. It doesn't matter. And that's why, for instance, we have been accused as the governing of the country as not listening to people, a bit arrogant, and so on. And this is what is people are feeling is now even undermining their interest in our democracy and things like that. So we want to emphasize that the issue of accountability, Mr. Chairperson, was one that we were told we should really emphasize, which therefore makes it one of the important principles without excluding the applicability of other principles, which largely, basically, if you apply the test to the options that are chosen there, do apply, except that the current system is very, very weak on accountability. And that we cannot cover up on that. The second thing I would say is that when we started this process, Chairperson, we actually had 2, 4, 6. We had six. We had 6 principles that we're going to use. Then when we also started hearing return submission, hearing public hearings, hearing research and looking at it, and other countries like Mauritius and others, all the research that was done, we agreed that we actually have to include a 7 principle: stable and efficient government. This came, Mr. Chairperson, let me indicate, because in the hearings that we got, and the public things, as we're beginning to hear them, and the inputs were coming in and research was coming in, it became clear, for instance, that our people are quite concerned. Like, for instance, when we were in Port Elizabeth, they made it quite clear that the issue of really having change, collisions and government 7 times within one term is really disturbing and not creating. Others think that 7 is actually a smaller number. So that was one of the issues, the issue of government. So we need to create a system that will ensure that there is some stability. There's also some reasonable strength and support for the parties that are there, without any attack on smaller parties. But some of the inputs, for instance, indicated that they were not happy with the Constitutional Court, for instance, saying that in order to register for a political party, you must just get 1,000 votes. They just felt that the bar was just put so low in our system to deal with that. Some of the smaller parties, especially, for instance, I remember the submission by Rise Mzansi, even indicated that some of the government stability is actually not caused by political parties, small political parties. It's actually caused by the big parties. For instance, people gave us this example to say, for a political party to retain control, it would take a person who is basically have one seat in that municipality. That was the people then commending, would take that person and make that person a mayor. And the majority of people really did not choose that person to be their mayor in that, but they felt that the bigger parties are also guilty in using the smaller parties. There was even some members who know better some of the return submissions, which says that some of the parties are even just an artificial creation of some funders to give them money. That's why they said we must convey to you, members of parliament, that you must look at that issue of funding, although it was not our mandate, because the system is creating, as of now, I understood by figures, we already have about 500 registered political parties. And because of some of these things. So in all the systems, even including this, some of the things that must be emphasized, that they need to be looked at. So that issue was raised by Rise Mzansi and other people and so on. Let me also address the issue for instance, the issue of a threshold then did also come in here. And let me say, I've heard in the other presentation, I'm not responding directly to it, that there's an agreement on a threshold amongst the members of the panel. Mr. Chairperson, this was discussed, and there was indeed an acknowledgement that probably if we introduce, there are different thresholds. There is what is called the normal threshold, which is the threshold you get when you divide the total valid votes of an election, you divide them by the number of seats, and you get the number of votes that will constitute a single seat. Like, for instance, in the last election, you had to get a total of about 79,000 votes for one seat at that time. So then we say that is the natural threshold, where you then actually then say that you get a seat. If you don't get that, you have no seat. But in our system, of course, there's been the other largest minority who was considered in the second round of the votes that are left. That then would mean that now the other parties would get a seat, although they did not meet the current thing. So there was an agreement that on the natural threshold, the parties that must participate in the second run of the votes that are left must be the parties that in the first round had won a seat. If you didn't win a seat, you can't just get a seat without the people first saying that you are entitled to one seat, and therefore probably you can be given a second seat depending on how those remaining votes now are given to the largest remainders and so on. But that we agreed upon that. But there is a criticism that we said that the issue is not closed. It's open, the issue of the threshold. Yes, Mr. Chairperson, it is not closed, because that is basically on the, what we say, natural or normal threshold. There is the question of a legal threshold that was also raised, that in many democracies, in order to create this stability, reduce these things of collisions, reduce all the problems that we are having and so on, of governments falling now and then and being changes and so on, that there must be a legal threshold. The question, of course, that we had discussed at that time, if we have a legal threshold, there might be a question of rationality that might be asked by the court as why are you using 1 or 2 or 3 or not 5 or not 2 and so on. So we said there might be that, but we have to put it to the leadership of Parliament that what we are saying when we say this matter cannot be closed. When we receive submissions, for instance, in the written submission of the African National Congress and in the written submission of the Democratic Alliance, which parties constitute about 60% of the members of Parliament as stands today, both raise the issue that they are considering seriously the issue of a legal threshold of about 2%. I know the African National Congress, sort of when they came in person now to present to us, and we pushed them on this, they sort of did sort of try to be like not sure or what, said, okay, it might be the natural threshold, it might be 1%, but both those parties in their written submission said because of these instabilities of government and so on, we want a consideration of a legal threshold. And both parties, for instance, wrote to us and said, we want you to actually consider, like Germany and other countries, a framework now that is done, that is governing coalition governments, so that you can recommend also to Parliament. Unfortunately, we said that is not our mandate. So that's how serious it was. And then lastly, in public participation, most of the people we met indicated that no, it can't work this thing of too many parties. It can't work this thing of a single party being a mayor, especially in the local government where they were operating and so on. They were very unhappy. So they did say that it's a matter that our representatives in Parliament must look at and deal with that. I will not deal with other matters. I'll pass. Let's move, please. Mr. Chairperson, I've just addressed this slide to just basically say, if you look at all the options, all the principles in our option in our things are applicable. I have raised the issue that this current system has some weakness when it comes to the issue of accountability and responsiveness, and also the relationship with the people. And some of the people think that smaller constituencies or single constituencies plus the compensatory proportional representation might actually address all those trades-off. And I've also addressed the others, that all these are applicable, and I've addressed, Chairperson, the issue of the seventh principle of government stability, stable government and efficiency. So I will not again address this matter. We can pass. I have already done that summary, Chairperson, that the compensatory nature of the systems mean that, the compensatory nature of the systems means that all three will achieve objectives of inclusivity and fairness to the same degree. The large consequences that we have currently make no difference to overall proportionality and the inclusivity of election results. The main area where options differ is on the extent to which they foster a conducive accountability relationship between voters and their representative. Option 1, to retain the current system, performs the weakest in this regard. Public consultation raised concerns that voters do not know their representatives, that voters have no say in choosing their representatives, and that representatives primarily account to party leaders rather than the voters. This lived experience is confirmed by the empirical evidence on the effects of closed list PR systems with large constituencies. This was part of the research that was done. So we are just, that will be made available to Parliament to consider when they look at options. We can pass. So our argument, sorry, don't pass the, our argument, therefore, Chairperson, that research shows that our current regional multi-member constituencies can be made smaller. I'll pass that because we have made that point, and I would also make the point that it is clear in the studies that we have done, this can be either smaller multi-member constituencies or single-member constituencies plus the compensatory side. Both will improve the relationship without harming proportionality. And certainly, in our own understanding, no party will be advantaged and disadvantaged by such changes. And that is the studies that we can show and produce that. And of course, I've already made the point about the public is a bit frustrated about what is happening to our democracy today. And probably that's why we are advocating that changes, wherever they are made, we must also look at the question of electoral reform and consider seriously the issue of other systems that are applicable to our system that have been already suggested even before by some people before this panel of ours. Okay, let's pass. I will not deal with submissions. I did address the inputs by submissions. Let's move. The overall assessment of submissions, Chairperson, is that of the three options, the current system performs the weakest and presents limited advantages that the other options do not offer to this, that the other option do offer to the same degree or greater. Our current electoral system is an outlier compared to similar systems used internationally. This includes using the largest constituencies, as we said, or second largest, and so on, and the largest compensatory tier system of 200-200 among equivalent proportional representation systems, the combination of which is unnecessary for achieving objectives of inclusion and proportionality. The studies show that the real serious size of, in terms of what we have started and research that will show, the real size of the compensatory thing does not create more proportionality or does not actually disadvantage any political party, and is not really a factor, but is one of the choices that can be made. But information will show that even if you have a different thing, up to a particular stage, you would not face any challenges of disadvantage in terms of proportionality or even the issues of overhang. And these options that have been modeled before us gave us that comfort that here you will not need any serious changes in terms of the constitution, and also that proportionality will not be affected. Issues of inclusivity, including race or gender, will not be affected. Let's continue, please. Chairperson, I've addressed the issue of electoral threshold. We can pass. All we were saying is that because there's this issue that has been raised of a legal threshold, we just felt that we should make this comment that Parliament considers a legal threshold necessary. If it considers necessary, a phased approach to its introduction over successive electoral cycles could be considered. This could start with a very small threshold in the first elections with a clear timeline for incremental increases in subsequent elections. This would establish clear expectations to provide time for political parties to adjust to changes and for voters to become familiar with the principle. So Chairperson, we were talking about this is what should be discussed, whether is this time now to actually introduce a legal threshold. Because remember, one of the things that is also making people think about this is that in local government, there is a suggestion that in the amendments that there would be a 1% threshold that will be introduced. Okay, let's continue. Chairperson, I will not canvass this. There was an interest. A number of people had said that, but we are just reporting about it because it was only thing that was said. It's not something that we're recommending. There was an interest in the open list, but we think in our system, as of now, our recommendation would be that the closed list system is the preferable one. And it would be very difficult to have that system. So we felt that Parliament will hear when they are moving around that a lot of people want to see all the people, they want to know the person they are voting for, but we still were cautious to say that we don't think it'll be practical to consider it now. We can move. We can move, please. We can move. So, Mr. Chairperson, let me address that what our minority opinion recommendations are given this. We were not, we took this approach without jettisoning the current system, without basically saying that it has not played a role. But we felt that the current system is an outlier by international benchmarks, and the issue of such large provincial constituencies and the issues of accountability actually create a problem that this system now has served its time. And we need to look at systems that will still ensure that representation, accountability, and proportionality are not lost, and all those principles are not lost. So we felt that by looking at it now, it has served its time. Modeling shows that other options would achieve the same objectives to the same extent, and all three options would be equally proportional and should result in the same overall political outcomes. No party would be disadvantaged or advantaged by adopting different systems if it's checked. And we're saying, don't take our word for it. Check the system, check the modeling, but check it to be done by independent, non-interested persons, and ensure that it is done properly. Public consultation shows there is wide support and strong public demand for reform. That case, we have made it. So our options basically that we recommended was option 2B, the 300 constituencies. This system would require minimal delimitation of constituencies and would use existing local government boundaries to determine multi-member constituencies. This electoral system could be deployed concurrently for national and provincial elections using the same or similar constituency boundaries. Option 3, the introduction of 200 single-member constituencies and 200 compensatory seats to return overall proportionality. This system would require an extensive delimitation that we accept, an extensive demarcation process to determine the boundaries of all constituencies. These constituency boundaries would need to be updated between elections in response to population changes. Separate boundaries for single-member constituencies would be needed at provincial level if this system were to be deployed concurrently for national and provincial elections. This introduces a level of complexity to such a reform and should be carefully considered. So we said we are also putting option 3 with those comments. Can we go on? I want to address just the thing of overhang. Okay, let's go to evaluating options. Chairperson, I'm just showing. Sorry, can we go back? Chairperson, in my address and so on of evaluating options, so can we go forward? Yeah. Let's go to the next attachments beyond. Yeah. Let's go ahead. So I'll say, Chairperson, that's the information I've already indicated on the values. Let's pass. We on inclusivity and gender. Let's pass, please. This is attachment that shows the basis of the presentation that we have made. Let's pass, please. We have discussed accountability. I've indicated, and we have put the definitions quite here, and all that what it means. So the members of parliament have that information as put here. Let's pass. And we've shown accountability as we see it as not only party-centered systems, but also candidate-centered and people-centered systems. Let's pass. The simplicity and manageability, we have addressed that, so we've not avoided it, but I can't repeat now. Let's continue. Stability and fragmentation, I think I addressed this quite extensively before, so let's pass. The issue of overhang, Mr. Chairperson, I just want to indicate what I said before, that overhang or excess seats occurs when a party wins more constituency seats than it is entitled to in terms of its overall share. The interaction between a party winning several constituencies and too few party list votes is what creates the reasons for overhang. And that is explained. But the point I want to make without going further is that many narrowing majorities in constituency seats with a close overall deviation from proportionality, typically in small constituencies, and usually require quite substantial distortion overall. So in a system of a multi-member constituency with proportionality will be high, and this is unlikely. The issue that overhang in a system using multi-member constituencies with proportionality will be high. This is unlikely. It might happen in standalone constituencies alone, which are not including proportionality. The point that was made by experts to us, and I'm saying on this matter, you need, if Parliament is worried about overhang, you would need a peer review to get independent experts to give you this opinion, because I was told by a particular land expert, which we consulted on this, that, Mr. Chairperson, for you in option 2, which is totally not land affected by overhang, it would be 1 in a million if you would have an overhang. Even on option 3, where there is a suggestion that because of those single constituencies, with proportionality that is diluted, but they say there is a chance of an overhang, which is possible with there. But they say that out of 15 parties, you would need to have about 14 parties actually having almost closer similar votes, like all of them getting about 6%. So it means that about 14 parties must be so close that that overhang would be realized. It is an issue that if members want to handle, check, they must do with peer review. But on these systems and on the advice that we receive, that it will be once in a million that it can happen, and it is not really a threat. And should that time ever, which we don't know, but it's certainly not based on this recommendation, it happens, that it would be addressed. One of the ways that it has been addressed, for instance, in local government, was to make that legislation that allows for one or two people to be added, and we don't certainly know that here there will be a huge avalanche of members that would require over and so on, and that cannot be handled through legal means by Parliament if there's a need for change. The point that we would like to make, that even the Constitutional Court indicated when it dealt with overhang, that it does mean that at a particular time it might have to be addressed by Parliament and to deal with that that matter. So I can assure the members that on the 2024 modeling that was done, for instance, of the results, on option 3, which is threatened a little bit by overhang, but not as much as this 98% that we have shown today, which we are seeing it for the first time, it was indicated that if that overhang happens, basically under option 3, it's not something that can be now contemplated. It will be, as it has happened, 1 in a million times. But the point that I want to make, that I didn't want to sound grumbling, but Chairperson, this thing of the 98% overhang was done by one of our colleagues in the group of 5 using his own simulations. When a modeling was done that shows that overhang by the same figures of 2024 elections, there will be no overhang in option 3. Then we also showed, and there's research which will be submitted to Parliament, that the formula that was used by the colleague is a wrong formula. We insisted, and we all agreed as a panel, that let's get an independent body to do simulation. We were promised by one of the members of the group of 5 that we will get vets for free as people who are doing simulation to do an independent simulation for us. And Mr. Chairperson, we waited for this. Then when we were insisting, when are we getting this simulation now that is independent, we were told, oh, that is no longer available, and now they would need 300,000, which we could not go to the DG, in all fairness, around March to ask for 300,000 because you would not have it. So we abandoned it. So we want to indicate that this overhang thing is a boogeyman, and secondly, it is a simulation by a system which is called, I think, Californian system, that is known only by that colleague on that other group, which has not peer reviewed. We insisted on an independent process. We were promised that independent process so that we can see, because modeling did not show an overhang, but when that time came, that was not brought to us. So this has not been peer reviewed. It's a view of one member of the panel using his own system at home. The issue of demarcation, we accept that it will be an issue, not much for option 2, but much for much for option 3, and might require, because of population changes, to do that. But again, I want to caution that, again, as a panel, we had talked about getting the demarcation board, although we thought it would not be the one that is dealing with us, to come and discuss with us the principles and everything that must be taken into account, so that all of us can be at the same level of argument about the issue of demarcation. We never, as a panel, met the demarcation board. The presentation you got today in the majority report is actually, again, views of a member who either consults or work in the demarcation board, and has written that basically on the knowledge. And we don't begrudge that, because members that are in this have capacity and qualities. But for it to be a report of all of us, we needed to participate in that. We needed to discuss with the demarcation board. It never happened. So from our side, that report is a report either that those colleagues, because they agreed together, are agreeing with those principles. Ourselves, we're not saying that we don't agree with it, but we say we never saw it at any time. It was never presented to us, and we see it for the first time being presented to Parliament, and therefore we still feel Parliament itself on issues of demarcation, which are really there, we accept, would also have to get an independent demarcation board and other experts to help it to deal with the questions of demarcation. And so, as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Chairperson, can you continue, please? Continue, please. No, it's clear, Mr. Chairperson, that if members want, our report is there to explain these things clearly. We have indicated clearly the issues of overhang, that they are not a challenge here. If they happen, it will be 1 in a million time. Some of the threat possibly might be in option 3, but they can be addressed by legal methods, as they've been done also even in local government, if the political parties want. But on this system, we're assured, and on these figures, by other independent experts, that there's no land problem or challenge of overhang. So Parliament, if it's worried, it does not have to take our word, but please look for independent views and to deal with this in the interest of the country and our people. I want to thank Parliament for giving me this opportunity, myself, and also our colleagues for giving us this opportunity to present to you, and the work that has been done in good faith by both sides of the team, and disagreed in good faith on both sides of the team. And we're putting it to Parliament for it to consider as it work and move ahead, and be able to check the things and look at all the options and all the things that we have said today, and call other people to check with it. And of course, it always does public participation. It will check and check the views of the people that it leads, and create, like it has done with the Constitution in 1994, create again another electoral system, or an improved electoral system that can work for our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Advocate Suzanne, and also for taking through the report in the absence of other members of the committee, as you have highlighted. And also thank Mr. Mamabolo for and your team for contributing to this single report. To us as members of Parliament, we will view this report as one, but also with views that were carried in your deliberations. And it must not appear as a reflection of another report that is not being processed. If I can remind the team that is led by you, Advocate Suzanne, in our first meeting when in the presence of the minister, there was a strong argument in terms of how the reports were processed. The report that you led and the people whom you were leading with in that report, that you are constituting it as a minority report in terms of how you have identified it, and other colleagues term it majority report. So I wanted just to recall those notes so that it must not appear that today's report, it was not as a result of a process that we as the members of the portfolio committee, we caution the team to go back and present it to the minister. Hence these two reports, one report with the issues that have been raised. And I think it's important to do that right, that it allows members of the committee to understand what were the public consultations of stakeholders, the engagement of members of the panel, and also the views expressed in order to consolidate a report. Obviously, a report may need to have different expressed views and also able to constitute a platform where, if tabled, members of the committee may need to interface with that report. In all your meetings, we're following them. All members of the committee and the stakeholders were attending. In fact, in one of the international conference, some of the members of the committee attended and to take note on some of the issue. I wanted to make sure that at least those areas are highlighted, and appreciate the two opinions that consolidate a report that has been tabled by the minister to Parliament to enable us to have a conversation. Two, obviously, as part of the process of the Parliament, there are stakeholders that are going to be requested to comment on all the options that has been presented by the panel, because indeed it has a direct impact in terms of their work, but also on some of the legislation that may need to be carried by those institutions that are working on the electoral matters in our jurisdiction. And point in case, it will refer to the demarcation board and also refer to the independent electoral commission. I'm happy that the Commissioner Lavish is in the meeting to take notes on some of the issues that are raised. At that point, we'll allow them to reflect in detail on all the issues that are raised by both arguments in the report, so that at the point that the Parliament is going to kickstart its public consultations throughout the country, we've sought clarity through by all the stakeholders that are involved in this subject matter. What will then require now, or will invite members of the joint committee to comment or raise questions and also propose recommendations. And after all, we'll also invite Dr. Mkhize to also raise questions and comment, and also invite Honorable Mananiso to raise questions and comment. And we'll invite the two or the colleagues in the panel to comment and respond on some of the issues that may be raised, and also articulate certain positions that may have not been clearly been articulated, and those that will have potential to mislead our conversation as we proceed forward. Can members raise hands? And secretaries also will assist to identify names of our colleagues for comments and questions. We've given enough time so that they present, and also will do the same to members so that we exhaust this process of questions for clarity. Members, can I identify hands? Maybe the first question that I may need to pose on the two or on the colleagues that are led by Advocate Suzanne, whether the reports does apportion in terms of the, or consider the financial implications or the costs that are involved in running the elections, and what does the benchmark in terms of our research that you have conducted? Because obviously, any process that we're going to engage on, it has to be associated with the budgets. And secondly, is the reports did attempt to also assess the possibility of having a single period of elections. In other words, synchronizing the two local governments and provincial and national election into one. As you know that we conduct elections for local government, and after 5 years or so, we conduct for local, national and provincial elections. What are the takes that you might have considered to look at as you are going to we're dealing with this entirely electoral system? The presentations, the formula, it will appear that is a critical area of focus that we ought to pay attention to as a principle of all the options. If you did the scenarios I've identified in terms of the synchronizing the elections, how do we demonstrate this formula to those three spheres of the election in a single election? Did the two presentation attempted to obviously look on those areas? I'm raising this because you have attempted to suggest that there's no terms of reference did not go beyond to engage on the provincial elections. But I think you recognize as the reports that members of the public and stakeholders are raising those issues, and the panel could have taken into consideration to identify those issues so that when they bring to the committee, these are the issues that have been arise from the consultation, because you were backed up by the clear directive of the Act in terms of investigating, but also assessing the current electoral system. Members, is there any other questions that you want to raise? Can I invite Honorable Matopa? I'll write them down. Honorable Matopa, can start.
Thank you very much, Chair. Colleagues, let me also start by welcoming the presentations, Chair. Even though we alluding that it's one report, but the look and the sense of it still feels like we're dealing with two reports from the first meeting that we had with the members of the panel. But what I want to echo, Chair, is that it still really feels that like we're dealing with two presentation reports here. And it's clearly stated by Advocate Sizane that the mandate was clear. So, and there's one word or sentiments that were echoed, is that the people are not happy with the electoral system, and that the current system has run its course, leading to undermining the law, and the people has lost confidence. Further stating that the current system lacks accountability, which is a point that has been emphasized on a lot, accountability. Chair, you cannot do the same thing and expect the different results. So my first question to that would be, just one moment. My first question to the panel would be, on public input and system reform, how did public consultations and historical reviews influence the urgency and the direction of the proposed electoral reforms? And what key weaknesses in the current system justify the change? On practical and constitutional implications, what are the key legal, financial, and implementation implications of the proposed system, and what trade-offs should Parliament prioritize when making its final decision? And when I go to the presentation that was presented by Master Mamabolo, where it stated clearly about the guiding principles and the values, where inclusivity, fairness, and accountability is the key principles, and accountability is the greatest point where it was debated and diverging views came out of that. And the big issue that also come up is the notion of responsiveness during public participation, access to services, and service delivery performance in previous terms. My question to the chair would be, what evidence supports the view that the voters are increasingly holding parties accountable based on past performance, and given the limitations of electoral systems in guaranteeing accountability, what specific legislation or administrative measures, such as strengthening constituency or service delivery officers, are proposed to enhance responsiveness and improve citizen access and feedback? And on the demarcation sides of it, I would also just like to pose these questions. How does the proposed model address practical and mathematical challenges in the seat allocation, particularly in cases where one party meets the quota but does not fill all available seats, or where no party meets the quota threshold at all? And how does the use of quota thresholds, compensatory mechanisms, and the largest reminder method influence overall representation, party inclusion, and proportionality across the different electoral system options presented? And almost in concluding, Chair, on demarcation and credibility, how will the proposed system ensure fair and equal constituency demarcation, and why is an independent boundary authority preferred over the Electoral Commission? On presentation and accountability, which electoral model best strengthens the link between voters and representatives while maintaining fairness and proportionality? And in conclusion, Chair, on impact and on political diversity, how will the introduction of quota threshold and different allocation methods affect smaller parties and overall representation? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matapo. Honorable Ntolo.
Chair, thank you. I'm covered by Honorable Machapo. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mtolo. Honorable Marina van Zyl.
Thank you, Chairperson and Chairpersons of the session, and to the other colleagues on the joint committees today, and also for the presenters, the panel that's done the work. Chairperson, the first thing I wanted to check maybe is to try and understand on the majority report on the overhang figures and numbers, who verified that? Has it been verified by qualified professionals like actuaries? If so, can we please be furnished with the details of that? Maybe there's a report or anything of that nature. So if that can just be covered to me, please. And then obviously I'm from the COCTA committee, and we are currently seized with electoral reform, which includes the coalition bill, which supports, and I know that there was mention by the second panel member on the minority report of 2%, but it is in fact, I think now at 1% threshold, which we obviously support. Can the department maybe confirm whether it aligns with this approach to reduce the fragmentation and strengthen a stable governance? And if not, how does it propose then maybe to address the growing instability caused by micro parties and coalitions? Then just on the accountability issue that was covered in both reports, specifically in the majority report, it leaned towards collective party accountability. But, you know, the public consultation shows that voters want direct accountability to representatives. Does the department maybe accept that the current system then weakens the accountability by distancing voters from decision makers, and that a mixed member constituency system, the 200 to 300 constituency seats plus PR, is possibly the appropriate solution? Then on the women's participation, it was mentioned in the minority report, and it shows that candidate selection processes, not the actual voters, are the primary drivers of women's underrepresentation. So why then is the debate still narrowly focused on quotas? If we can maybe get some clarity on that. And then again, on the motions of no confidence, again, COCTA is the coalition bill, the threshold bill is looking into the motions of no confidence, and it will obviously limit the frivolous and repeated motions of no confidence. Will the department then maybe today say if they would support a minimum threshold or substantive requirements before such motions can be tabled? Then the last one really is on the, and obviously this is from COCTA's perspective, the majority report warned against prolonged post-election impasses and instability. Again, we are busy with that bill that addresses some of these electoral reforms. Why has the department not proposed a clear legal timeframe within which governments must be formed after elections previously? I think, Chairperson, that would cover me for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable van Zyl. Honorable Ngubane.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much as well to the presentation by both parties on both the minority report and the majority report. I think they've done an extensive work on it. We really appreciate their presentation. Chairperson, I think I as well share the same sentiment as Honorable Matapo, that we still take on the view of today's presentation. The two reports were presented today, which has totally opposing views. But what a lot has been said, which probably resonated with my view on what is happening currently with our electoral system, were said many times by Advocate Sizane, which a lot, especially that the current system lacks accountability. And as things stand as well, people want to know people that they are elected, and they want them to check them on a certain period basis if they still stand the test of time of why they were elected, so that when they feel that those people that they've elected are no longer serving their mandate, they are able to pull them out. So there is a whole lot of views that I've heard coming out, especially to Advocate Sizane when he was presenting. And we, as I said, we appreciate their presentation. What in a totalitarian of these two presentations, and then that I will be guided, Chair, by the response that will come after this. Will I be wrong if I say the minority report as an overall, to me, it says change the current electoral system. It's no longer serving its purpose. In a nutshell, it says comfort is a disease suffered by fools. Change is important and necessary, so we need change now. Or the majority report, it says leave things as they are. Everything is working. We are fine. We are comfortable with things as they are. Don't change anything. I just need that as an overall architect of what has been presented today, so that we go out here with this report and we go back to our political parties to give them report. We give them a sound view of these two varying reports if they really say what I've said to in a nutshell. I think from me, Chairperson, we take all what has been presented and we really, really appreciate the work that has been gone through. Thank you so much from my side, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngubane. This, I think I must apologize. Amatsobeni is the email address. I'm not sure. You can assist me.
Machobeni, Honorable Machobeni.
Yeah, but I think it's an email, so you can't be articulate as you do, Chairperson Mananis. You can proceed, Honorable Machobeni. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to everyone in a meeting. Can I switch off my camera? I'm having challenges of a network where I am. Chairperson, let me appreciate the reports, as it is my first time to attend this. So, during the electoral reform consultation process, which groups and communities were consulted and how was representation ensured across all provinces? Specifically, what measures were taken to include people living in rural areas who are often excluded compared to those in urban areas? Number two, Chair, the issue of demarcation. The issue of demarcation, we can't run away. It's a challenge in our provinces where there are a lot of rural areas. A consultation process is not valid in spirit if meetings are only held in towns. Information is only shared online. Traditional leaders or local leadership is not engaged. The affected wards, Chairperson, must be the ones who get this information. It must not be treated as a blanket approach. Even those who are not affected are consulted. That is why information not reach those that are affected. The reason why, Chairperson, I'm raising this thing of demarcation, the challenge we are facing with the demarcation process is that many of our communities, especially those in rural areas, are often left behind. We frequently hear that a meeting was called by the councillor regarding demarcation, but in reality, not all community members receive this information in time or at all. This raises serious concerns about effectiveness and fairness of the communication process. If public participation is a requirement, then information about consultations must reach everyone, not just a few individuals or those in easily accessible areas. There needs to be a clear and reliable system for escalating information to all members of the community. For example, Chair, using a local radio announcement, notices in public spaces. The reason why, Chair, I'm raising this thing sharply, it's because where I'm from the Eastern Cape and Mpashe municipality. There's a ward called Ward 11 and Mpashe. Then there's other area of demarcation. It falls under Muma. Muma is in Butterworth, other town. So that is why I'm saying other community members did not hear this thing of demarcation when it started. So it needs community leaders to be involved. There must be loud hailing. It must not send to councillors that councillors report it to your wards that there will be a meeting of demarcation, because this meeting won't reach everyone. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Can I invite Honorable Ross?
Thank you, Chair, and also just requesting to ground my camera. I'm in Acacia Park and I'm going in and out. Chairperson, firstly, I think the panel being split shows that this is not an easy process with a magic wand, and that we're not necessarily going to come to a solution where we say this is the optimal solution. I think if that was there, somebody would have found it by now in academia and presented it to the world, and everybody would have done that. So there's definitely always going to be trade-offs one way or the other. But I think a starting point when you look at legislative reform is that law reform needs to resolve some mischief in the existing law. And it appears that I think the word even in the report appears 235 times, is accountability is one of the key things that the public is crying out for. Accountability of their public representatives. And the report talks about a closer association between voters and representatives, and the effects of the electoral system design on incentives for representatives to respond to voters. What I am struggling to see, though, is what exactly accountability means in this regard. Chairperson, for example, I'm sure you will have experienced it as an MP. When it's raining in and around the area that you stay, your phone lights up with municipal complaints about the water or the power that's gone off, or the water that's gone off, and that somebody has written to the municipality and they're not responding. And then, their expectation of you is, as a member of parliament, that you're at the national level of government with oversight over government, that you will be able to resolve this and get to the bottom of it. But the challenge is there are thousands of these things happening. And so it's an unrealistic expectation that is created there. So you need to respond. The question of what do you need to respond to, and how that works. And it's important to clarify this accountability, because now when you look at the design of a system, whether you look at 1 or 7 or whatever, let's say even there's 1, that one person with a constituency that covers 2 municipalities, will they now have any say or any oversight, or specific oversight authority over those 2 municipalities at a municipal level to deal with municipal issues? Because we cannot say that municipal issues are not, we have no say over them. I mean, we have COGTA here, who does oversight over municipalities. So I think part of the issue at the moment is that this accountability is not 100% crystal clear in terms of what exactly it is, so that you can design a system that whereby you can hold public reps accountable. When we say accountable, we're just saying you need to be closer to the voters or representatives. So my question to the panel members, with all their experience in the space, is: are there international examples of successful systems of holding public representatives directly to account? For example, where public representatives where there's motions of no confidence, or they are withdrawn for legitimately not performing their duties. I think that might be helpful for us, just to say, what exactly would this accountability be? Because often the lines are blurred, especially in the National Assembly. And there is an expectation that you can just resolve everything very quickly, whereas you don't necessarily, although you have an overall oversight power, you don't necessarily have the power. And also it's not desirable, let's say, for an MP to have the power to tell an official to fix something. Because that can lead to manipulation. Then I see there's the slides of the average number of seats in a constituency worldwide, and the Gallagher Index of Disproportionality. And the global average of constituencies worldwide is 8.5, and the Gallagher Index is about 6 to 7. I'd like to understand, does this suggest that there's some sort of a sweet spot around 7 to 8 persons in a constituency, if you had to consider a constituency system, that might be a sweet spot of an ideal size for a multi-member constituency, if we can get some guidance on that. Then we've heard that, where constituencies are large, like we currently have our regions or provinces, we've heard that it's extremely proportional as it stands. But there is a slide that talks about that all the options available here have the same outcomes. But I'm not sure how single member constituencies can have the same outcome as, let's say, the proportionality of an entire region. If you look at the 1948 general election, the National Party got 41.9% of the votes. The United Party got 49.2%. So almost 8% more, but the National Party got 79 seats as opposed to 65. So that single seat or representative system resulted in a dramatic swing towards the National Party, and we know what happened after that. So it gives the indication that if you have small constituencies or one-person constituencies, and then not a lot of a top-up of PRs, that increases your risk of overhang. So I just want to understand if this is a correct assessment of the situation, where the smaller, so what I'm trying to get at is that the smaller the size of your constituency or the number of representatives, the bigger the number of compensatory seats you would need to avoid any potential overhang. That is the question. Then in terms of the general proportional system that is required by our Constitution, I'd like to get an understanding from the panelists if there's any international standards for what is considered to be in general proportionality. So if we look at things like the proposal to have a 1% threshold, for example, has there been any research or discussions that's been held to say, what is general proportionality? What is an acceptable margin that makes it generally proportional? Are there any best practices in this regard? Then I think the other issue that was raised, again, was to get clarification. I'd heard in one of the seminars that was held of this thing called the rock star effect. And what it basically said is that if you have constituencies with few seats, let's say 3 seats, for example, then the first person or the one person out of those 3 would invariably receive around 60%, with the last of the 3 receiving 2 to 3%. So apparently there's evidence that if you have a small constituency with 3, let's say 3 representatives, that you get this rock star effect. If any of the panelists can speak to that, so that we can, because I cannot remember the details of that, but I know that it was raised in one of the seminars. And I think the risk there was that the smaller you make constituencies, the bigger chance you have of persons electing celebrities instead of public reps or persons with experience in public administration. Yeah, I think then finally, Chair, really just to look at the gender representation. I think there's a discussion of quotas, etc. And I think there's 2 sides to that question, Chair. The one side is to say that you would like to have, the idea is there that you're saying you want to have more representation. I think one of the issues with quotas, and I asked this question at the seminar as well, why is it that women are less represented in general? And the answer was women are less represented where there is more violence. There's more violence in a country, more violence in politics then women are discouraged from participating. And it's a challenge, Chair. It's a potential challenge when one says that you are going to put representation in place or quotas, that you never really deal with the underlying solution. You cannot track whether, if you're tracking that a representation is low, and I suppose you can tell that from the result. But it does create a challenge that you don't actually end up having to face and resolve underlying issues that are taking place in your electoral system that are stopping women from participating. And the other element of it as well, Chair, is that it also it takes away the power of women to vote for the person that they want. So if you are, let's say you're in a constituency with there's 7 options, and the 7 that you like are men, and they've been working in the community. They're well known. They're community leaders for years and years and years. And now you would like to vote for them, but some system is going to come and say, no, we need to have 3 or 4 women, and it's taking away your right in that regard. I just appreciate comments from the panelists as well on that dynamic, that there's 2 sides to gender representation. There's the one that women should be able to vote for the candidates of their choice, and this other element of violence in elections that prevents women from participating. But Chair, I think we're in the beginning of a process here, and I think certainly the comments on the models are concerning. The comments that were raised by Advocate Cezani, and it's something that needs to be looked at, not only in terms of the slides in this presentation, but any kind of slides with calculations that we look at, that they are open to challenge by analysts and confirmation. So not only confirmation by a service provider or somebody internally or an auditor, but that they are publicly also open to challenge, as you would have public participation on any element. Because, Chair, you will know that we've had it in previous legislation where there are often inputs. Well, there's an opportunity for input, but it's one opportunity for input. And then as we go along and we find new things, it becomes a challenge of how do we bring analysts in that have certain expertise to challenge those assumptions. Because if we make assumptions and we make decisions based on those assumptions, we need to be sure that they have stood the test of full scrutiny. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ross. May I invite Nkosi Buthelezi?
Thank you very much, Chair, and very good afternoon to all in the House. Chair, firstly, I also would like to welcome a very comprehensive presentation or presentations, and I think it really illustrated, as other members have pointed out, or speakers, that it by itself being a split like that shows the challenge that lies ahead. But I would like to start by saying that if you look at the level of which our electoral system has been developed scientifically, if I may put it that way, globally, it really is second to none globally. But the point, 2 or 3 points I was going to comment on have been raised. I don't have to repeat. I just wanted to say the point I want to address is the one of the loss of confidence in democracy, because I think it's very pivotal. Whilst we scratch our heads about why the rates of in terms of voting is not growing, because loss of confidence in democracy, and of course things like IEC voting, IEC, are right up there as illustrative of the vibrant democracy. Now, really, my question was, I wonder what can possibly change this sentiment, because it stems mainly from the people's feeling or disappointment in that in more than 30 years, a lot of them have seen their lives regress, due mainly to the deteriorating basic service such as delivery of water, housing, electricity, storage. It's very, very difficult because it's consistently going south. Whilst all these wonderful electoral systems, which are important for any country like South Africa to keep working on as a work in progress, I think that this can undermine it, because I can dare say that as long as service delivery is going south as it's doing, I don't see what is a magic wand that will make the indications in terms of the voting interest, the electoral system going in a positive direction. I would like a comment on that. And then secondly, also, I just am very interested to know, there's been this sentiment which has been gaining traction of instilling in South Africa the independence right to run right up to the president rather than the political party centric. When maybe can this start kicking in? I know that it's been spoken about a lot. Will it be like in the same election? Or maybe I've missed something, but it really for now, Chairperson, those are the two areas I wanted to comment on, and I thank you for the time you allotted me. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Nkosi Buthelezi. Honorable Mananiso, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by actually welcoming the presentations. And I like to welcome the fact that the details of the report was very frank. And I want to believe that most of us who are public representative, we can align ourselves with what is been said by those who have made inputs. I mean, for the fact that Advocate Sizani was alluding on other people, they have issues around the quality of representatives that we have. It's things that we know on daily basis that people would want to question how one becomes a public representative while he cannot do or she cannot do 1, 2, 3. But I want to appreciate that they were very blunt and very transparent on what they got while they were busy traversing the country in terms of this particular reform. But what is important, Chairperson and Chairperson of COCTA, is the fact that the people from both parties, majority and minority, they are supporting the reform. So us as legislatures, we must make it a point that when we unfold in the whole process, we are able to do everything diligently so without compromising the principles as alluded in this particular meeting. Because all of us, we believe in a democracy that works for our people, that will ultimately make sure that they get their services as they would want to get them per their rights. So one would want to believe that as legislators, it must be our baseline that says that what is it that you would need to put in place as a process to make sure that we get the desired outcome. But again, Chair, one would want to suggest, because I've been listening to questions and input from members, that perhaps the time that we have slotted this meeting for today is limited. And if needs be, let's have a colloquium of these two presentations where we'll have the simulations just to even go further based on where we are now in terms of the processes of public representation and the quotas that we know that seats are allocated accordingly, so that as we move and engage going to our political parties, we are able to lobby and advocate for the system that will work for the country, not for parties. Because there's a sense here that most of the people are saying the system itself, it actually promotes more of party system rather than people-centered system. And it thinks that as legislatures, we can assist in terms of dealing with them. But I'm very happy about both presentations. However, I had some grave concern that one have noted when Advocate Sizani was speaking, that Advocate Sizani was saying that some of the matters that they actually experienced during the process, of which they had teething issues, he didn't explain to us what were those particular teething issues, so that as we move forward, we are able to deal with things that might impede the work that we need to do as members of parliament. But I'm covered on the issue that you have asked in terms of the costs. And I want to believe Advocate Sizani is saying that the cost itself is very costly. And if we were to look at the cost as parliament, we won't achieve what we would want to achieve. So let's bear in mind as legislatures that if there's a need of advocating for more funds, it should be ourselves that would go to say that we think that there's more money that is needed for us to actually make sure that we get the end results that are desired. But Chairperson, one would want to just check with the IEC itself that in terms of the timelines, have they exhausted that space of ensuring that at least timelines that they are anticipating to work around, it will be within that time frame of up until 2029, where this legislation will be on operation? And if so, can they share with us maybe in future when we have the colloquium on how the program is going to be outlined in terms of the program of action, the engagement with the demarcation board as well through COCTA? I think it is important when we do our colloquium, let's include the same parties that are here today from departments, so that we are able to be climatized with issues that are actually interlinking to the work that is being done by IEC, so that we can be abreast that indeed we are ready to ensure that come 2029, elections will be done accordingly, and the favorable option will be utilized. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chairperson Mananiso. Can I now invite Chairperson Dr. Mkize?
Thank you very much, Chairperson Honorable Chabane, Honorable Chairperson Mananiso, and all the honorable members and the members of the panel and the research teams. I think we have to commend the panel for all the work that they've done. They've managed a very complex matter, and were able to create a report and table it. I think the real issue for us is that some changes are necessary in the current system, and that is an issue we cannot avoid. So whilst we take lessons from global examples, we must always remember that no country is similar to South Africa. So we're unique in our own ways. Our history, our culture, our social, economic, and political conditions differ. So no one view can be completely wrong or completely right. Even as parliament, we need to balance many different considerations. So that really makes me feel that the majority and minority report is really more a focus on different angles of the debate, which allow parliament to make informed choices. Beyond that, I don't think we should make much of the categorization, but just take the specific issues that we feel are of relevance. So for purposes of parliament in processing this matter, we should really take what we see as useful to enrich the final decision-making process. And so downplay the whole emphasis on the issue of the concept of minority or majority report, and then just look at the weight of the issues that are raised. Ultimately, Parliament has to synthesize a reformed electoral system and provide what is the best response to voters concerned on the electoral system, irrespective of which part of the report this would be taken from. And I think all of us do accept now that there's a need for transformation of the current electoral system, which is a fundamental issue. And therefore, as we address it, we understand that we're actually addressing the voters' concern. So that ultimately the voters must feel that they can influence governance, they can influence service delivery, they can influence the conduct of public representatives to whatever extent, but they should actually feel that their concerns have been listened to. What gives me a lot of comfort is that the guiding principles, the 7 guiding principles, it is clear from the presentation that all the options and models satisfy them to varying extent, which means none of those actually, any of these models offend the constitutional principles, which means we can make choices there, but we are safe amongst them. And therefore, the thrust of the report is to be able to balance accountability and proportionality. And of course, proportionality, there are various issues that have been identified, which I won't go into. Now, for me, these two angles are enough of a guide to be able to say there's a lot we can work on now to move towards a solution. And the major issue that drives the approach towards transformative review is that one of accountability in this particular model. That is, as we say, the response to the public criticism and rebuilding confidence of the public. But of the options that have been presented, I think that a lot of engagement will be the way to go. Whether, as the Honorable Mananiso is saying, we involve different what called symposia to discuss these issues, but it's going to involve a lot of discussion amongst ourselves, amongst parliamentarians, amongst political parties. I think the negotiation and engagement will get us to a point where a lot more consensus can be reached by Parliament as we go deeper into some of these issues, because it's going to be, choices on the finer aspects of the various models. They might be differing, but at the end of the day, it's going to be what is it that we can all find to be a comfortable kind of consensus model on along this. We may not necessarily all agree, but there will be areas where we would agree, or some would agree, and therefore can move forward. So I think what would for me be important is we will reach a particular consensus, and what the focus has to be on intensified voter education. And we will need to then consider what will take a longer term to maintain the credibility of the electoral system, rather than focusing on some small changes now and then repeat later. I'm not quite convinced. I think we need to decide what we think is the best that will last and be stable for a longer time, and therefore emphasize on electoral education, so that people get used to the system, as much as it might be complex in the way that they would ultimately design it. The interesting issues, such as the aspect of eliminating or reducing overhang, I think it's actually quite an interesting angle. That is something that we all would want to make sure that it can be reduced to the minimum, so that no party must get more than what they truly deserve. But at the same time, at the end of it, it's a factor that would make everyone to be quite sensitive about who could have actually gained at their disadvantage. The other point, which I think is an important factor, which we must also discuss, and I think as some of the members have indicated from the side of COCTA Portfolio Committee, were already involved in discussions around the coalitions bill. The issue of the legal electoral threshold has to be introduced. Now, the question is, how do we balance the need to support minority party participation, but also discourage what in the report is referred to as disintegration, and situations where we've got a mathematical, ridiculous representation of low voter support awarding seats to undeserving parties. We've got a very small number, but because of the formula, something ends up landing onto someone who's even below what we call the quota threshold. So in this case, I think we need to find each other on the need, firstly, for a concrete electoral threshold, and even the amount or the what percentage, because yes, a small threshold will allow minority party participation, and at the same time, we also need to make sure that the threshold, as we have seen in the study in Denmark, encourages other parties to come together and actually combine their efforts and then come back as a stronger group. And then, of course, they continue to participate even if they are smaller parties. Then the other issues of delimitation or demarcation of constituency boundaries should consider a lot of issues. The size of municipalities, becomes an issue. The question of potential disruption of municipal boundaries to avoid the confusion to local communities for service delivery efficiencies. Now, to have this boundary for voting for a constituency and a different boundary for voting for a councillor or a municipal council may be very confusing and it may not be helpful. So we need to look at that. But that issue needs quite a bit of careful teasing, because as the examples have been given about Harib and the Northern Cape, you're going to have to decide whether the size of your constituency is going to be determined only on the population size, in which case you are going to have very wide constituencies with very small, with very difficult possibility of managing and servicing, just because of the sparse population in those areas, particularly in the Northern Cape. So you have to think about those quite carefully. So in this regard, I think the views of the Demarcation Board and the IEC have to be sought, and I think we need them formally sought so that they are not incidental because someone happened to be serving on both the panel and those boards. This will be very, very important for us as we move on, because there are lots of things that are being discussed here. There were questions, for example, about having one set of elections for all three spheres. How do you deal with it if you've got different boundaries? And there are various issues of the effectiveness of the current boundaries for viable and non-viable municipalities. How do you deal with that? And the fact that you will be actually having overpopulated, voting, constituencies, particularly in the Gauteng area. So we need quite a good and careful management of those, particularly because of the rapid urbanization. You can have this number right now of population size. In another 2 years, that number would have exploded to beyond that level. And so how do we deal with that? So I think the consideration becomes quite important. But having said all of this, Honorable Chairperson, we need to then concretize take a team that will be managing this process, considering that it's multiple portfolio committees and there's a panel. And so how do we combine the guidance, the technical guidance and coordination at the level of taking this work forward? So I think that is something that does need to be clarified. Then the last point is also about the panel. They kept raising the question that the panel must go and get other experts to verify these processes and proposals. Really, what then does it mean is the status of this panel in particular. So I think those are some of the issues that just need a bit of cleaning before we can proceed, but they are not fundamental, but just to make sure that we don't have confusion. A team that has done so much work shouldn't be so diffident as to start saying, well, we've done what we wanted to do, but go look for someone else to do some of the work. I think if we need certain research to be done, we should still be able to sit with the same team to say, no, do this research, this is satisfactory, this is not satisfactory. So that kind of clarification will help so that there's no sense of doubting whether moving forward, are we still moving with the same panel, or we're going to have to look for a different process. Thank you very much, Chairperson, but I must say that parties and committees are going to really have a good time going through these discussions, but at the end, we will need to find a way of how to narrow down the options so that we can then move on with a kind of consensus that will help us to eliminate various other extremities and get something that can hold all of us together for many years to come, create a much more satisfactory electoral system that our people can actually use to say they have been listened to, they've been heard, and that their trust in Parliament has been restored. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson Kize. Members, is there any other member who still want to comment or a question? None. Okay, thanks, honorable members, for your comment and questions. Panel members, Some of the issues were recommendations, and I think also outline on how we must move forward. I will invite Advocate Sizani to comment, then invite the team that was presenting Mr. Mamabolo to comment. We think that by at least the 15 minutes, both the team could have concluded their comments. Then we facilitate closing the session. Advocate Suzanne?
Yeah, thanks, Chairperson. Can I, before I respond, Chairperson, myself, ask, because my colleague Tomsi has to go to another meeting. She just wanted to take Honorable Machobeni's question on public consultations, how far they went. So can she go before me, Mr. Chairperson, please?
Yes. Can proceed. Thank you, Advocate.
I'm muted. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorables, and good afternoon, colleagues. Just to explain the process that we went through with respect to the public consultations, what we did was we were working through the Speaker's provincial legislature offices, through the Speaker's office, and they were very helpful in terms of coordinating all the public consultations for us. The panel, the ERCP, members did not select the venues or the locations where we were going to hold these consultations, but it was coordinated by the provincial legislatures because they deal a lot with public consultations, so they were the best positioned to identify which would be relatively central in terms of distance and accessibility and the movement of the people that would be participating in those consultations. So what we did was, for each province, we had one rural and one urban. And they were the ones who were also, because they also have the database, they have the different sectors, they have the groups, they have all the contact details. So they were coordinating that with us. Of course, we were working through our colleagues here at Home Affairs. They were the ones who were helping us. We got quite a lot of support in that respect. So maybe I should even start with the Eastern Cape to mention that we went to Gqeberha. That was the urban one, and then we went to Makosi. So those were the two that we worked with. And similarly with Free State, we went to Thabo Mafutsanyane, and we also went to that was in Qwaqwa, right? And then Mangaung. We in KZN, that was a unique experience because we first did the city, eThekwini. We were located in this eThekwini, and then we had to go to Mgungundlovu outside in Maritzburg. But we realized that the one that was done in eThekwini was not adequate, so we had to go back. So in KZN, we actually did 3. The third one was done in Ulundi. I forget the exact dates, but these extended from November to end of February, early March. So we did that in KZN. That was done in Ulundi. And the other one is Gauteng and Western Cape were the only 2 different. I mean, I think we understand the dynamics. Gauteng and Western Cape, we don't exactly quite have rural, but we had a hybrid. We had hybrids of consultations there. That's where we had researchers, we had political parties, we had academics, we had CSOs. So it was a combination. So for Gauteng and Western Cape, we didn't have the rural and urban kind of arrangement. It was not it wasn't there. Northern Cape, we also did the same. We followed, even from Mpumalanga, we followed the same. Mpumalanga, I forget the rural area that we went to, but it was very far. Can't remember what it was, but we also did Nelspruit. We're in Nelspruit, and then we went out to another rural area. Same thing with Northern Cape. So all these places in all of these areas, and these were well attended, I have to say. In Northern Cape, we actually we piggybacked on a consultation that the chief of the area, because of the distances, the vastness of the province, and accessibility. So the chief had called the entire community, the neighboring community in that area. So we stayed there the whole day with the chief. The chief had his own programs, but then he also gave us a slot to participate and to give to have our conversation. We didn't call it presentations, we called it conversations with the people, to make sure that everybody understands. And it was beautifully done. And we also had online virtual consultations with some people. It's not everybody was able to come physically. Even here, we started off with online consultations with political parties, with CSOs, and also we also had written submissions that were made, through email. We even extended the period. I think we extended it by a month because the inputs kept coming. And even though we had a 30-day extension, we still got more inputs that were coming on this topic, which basically demonstrated that there's a lot of interest. On these public consultations, just to mention that there is a misconception that this is, yes, it is a technical topic, but the lesson that we took away, at least that I took away, was that don't you ever undermine people's understanding of these things. They were still able to articulate exactly what it is that they want to see. They might not have used the technical language that we're hearing, that we're exchanging, that we're engaging in today, but they knew exactly what it is that they want. And all these things were clearly out there, and the level of discontent or doubts about the current system, or the questions that they have about the current system, is the writing was just on the wall. And so they were able to really express themselves, even though these issue, that the topic itself is technical. And at one stage when I started off, I remember my colleagues, when we started off, I thought maybe we should just give them a brief overview of what it is that we're talking about. But it was like, don't even bother giving that lecture. It helps if we just let them talk and let them express themselves and ask them what it is that they want. So yes, Honorable Member Machobeni, yes, we did do both urban and rural. So the reach was there, and we were supported by the provincial legislators through the speaker's offices. They are the ones who organized it all for us, working together with our Home Affairs, Department of Home Affairs colleagues from here. And one message that came from all of the consultations: why should we trust you? So I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Advocate Suzanne.
Thank you,
Can you conclude your remarks?
Yes, my colleague Tomsi Land forgot the second place in Mpumalanga was Middleburg, where we went to. Chairperson, I am not going to really take any of your time from our side. I think we put it up there. Two or three things that I'll just quickly say. So thank you for giving all of us a fair hearing, and the panelists. It is true, Chairperson, that tentative financial costing was done. It was done by the IEC based on the figures of 2024 for all the systems. And we accepted that costing as credible, and it did show that the two other options that are recommended will be much more expensive than the current system. So those were tentative figures, which might still change to be much more as time goes on. So that was done, and it is in our report. Chairperson, the issue of, we never seriously discuss it, but the issue of a single day election was raised by the EFF and so on. And even this issue of combining elections was raised, but we didn't really have a serious discussion about that. But one of the concerns that, as we're talking with Erland as the panelists and so on, was that one thing we wouldn't want to happen in our country is to stretch days of elections, of an election to 2, 3, or 4 days because either of security and all these questions of doubt about results and stories, so that it further undermines our system. So in my mind, not speaking for myself, we were sort of not really keen on having another spheres elections, which is also complex, brought together to allow the IEC then to take such a long time before results are announced. We want really results to be done and announced as soon as possible to clear any doubt. So for the safety of our democracy. Chairperson, sorry, just a slight correction. I was not saying, Chairperson, we did not have a mandate on provincial elections. What I said, we didn't have a mandate, Chairperson, on how the executive is elected. So we didn't have a mandate about how the president is elected, how mayors are elected, and how the premiers or the executive are elected, which members which people were saying, please ensure that there's direct election. So I was just saying that our mandate was saying we must look at the election of the National Assembly and the provincial legislatures. No, thank you very much. Otherwise, beyond that, Chairperson, I would like to thank the members, refer them to our report, including the original report, which are all online, which discuss the issues of accountability, and thank really Honorable also Marina van Zyl for her question and the issues that she educated me on the collision, and really thank MP Ngubane in saying really from our side as the minority, really our thing was just to call for any change to happen in whatever system. So we did feel that at this stage we have challenges, and really our message, which I think you've captured for us very well, was basically, if Parliament, we can leave Parliament, just with the idea that in whatever system they choose, they must really try and change and listen to their people and deal with their people. And finally, I must say again, as usual, a person that I know and respect, the conclusions by Dr. Mkhize, I took them to heart. All of them without exception. I didn't disagree with any of them. How the system should be perceived and how it should be handled, I would want on behalf both of my minority report side and also now as the chairperson of this panel to say we accept them. We thank Dr. Mkhize for those wise words, and certainly we feel as we live here that this matter is in good hands. And thanks, Chairperson, again for giving us a fair hearing. I have no other words to say. I'm very grateful for this chance and this opportunity we're given in our history, and I hope others can take over and continue with it. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Advocate Zane. Mr. Mamabolo.
comments?
Thanks. Chair will deal with the comments and questions in two parts. I'll deal with a bit and then Norman will conclude. But there are preliminary things that must be said. The majority report is not articulating for the retention of the current system. The majority report is presenting three options, which is mandated by the enabling legislation. So I think we must disabuse ourselves of a notion that the majority is saying just keep the current thing. It is not so. We are proposing for the benefit of Parliament in the exercise of its constitutional responsibility, three options from which to choose. In fact, four, because 2 has 2A and 2B. Now, the correct characterization of the report is that it's a composite report. It's one report that bears two sections which advances different options. So that's really how we need to characterize the report before yourselves. Thirdly, it is correct that the simulations that undergird the report were performed by a member of the panel who reported the outcomes which were discussed, and hence they form the basis of the report as presented. It is further correct that I was requested to see if some of the simulations could be verified externally. An attempt was made in that regard. However, when it became apparent that it was going to be a costly exercise, a report was made in that regard to the collectively agreed that we will not pursue that that process given the budgetary situation. Nothing to be impugned about that. The request was made, an approach was made to the experts. The experts indicated a cost, and when that cost became apparent, a report was presented to the panel, and a decision was then made not to proceed. I don't think any member of the panel is averse to any of the simulations being verified. I don't think that's the spirit. The spirit is this is what was done internally. The situation is. These are the signs that we're getting from the simulations. But if there's need to confirm them or to arrive at different conclusions, I mean that should not be that shouldn't be a difficult. Tomsi dealt with the public consultation issues, so I won't deal with it. But there's an issue around accountability that Mr. Rose raised, and I think it implicates the following. Accountability is a very vexed political concept. It's a multi-layered political concept. Different aspects can be emphasized in different designs. Let me give an example. in a single constituency design, clearly there you're giving more weight to closeness between the voter and the representative. You can imbue that with other ancillary measures, such as a recall when certain circumstances arise. You can make other ancillary arrangements to that. That's one way of giving weight to accountability in an electoral design. You could foster accountability in different ways within a multi-party configuration, to say a certain number of meetings must be held within a public, complaints must be dealt with within a certain time, with all the metrics that goes with it. So this exercise ultimately, when all is said and done, it's about trade-offs that must be made between the different values and the weight given to the different values. So again, the Parliament is going to be confronted with the choice: what weight should we be giving to accountability? And if we give it a high premium, what design must give that that effect? So the question about seat calculation is going to be an important consideration. The proposal in the majority is that you need to ensure that there is less fragmentation in the legislature, and therefore providing a foundation for stable governance. So to that extent, the majority was proposing introducing a natural quota, or what the report refers to as a quota threshold, in the compensatory tier, not in the primary tier. Now, that's a big policy decision that has to be made. You know, so really, it's a policy choice that has got to be made. And I think Honorable Van Zyl was overhang done by actuaries. No, as I said, it was done internally. There was an attempt to get an external person that didn't quite work. Then the issue of women representation. External studies will tell you where there's an ability to use compensatory mechanism in large measure, such systems tend to give you a better representation of women. Our own history tells us that. So in looking at that very crucial issue of fair representation of women, one has to look how big the compensatory tier is to, amongst others, give you the possibility for redress where the primary tier skews that representation. I think the last point, really, Chair, that I wish to make before I yield to Norman is the question that arose, and I'm raising this. It's not a mandated issue, that the issue of a timetable, a timeline to assist Parliament to come to the necessary policy decisions is going to be important, so that the Act can be drawn up, consultations done, and for the preparatory work can begin at the level of the IC. And again, like the chairperson of the panel said, the summary that Dr. Mkhize gave, and as well as Mananiso, about how the process could be taken forward, we take no issue with that. Norman, if you could just sweep in a few minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Chairperson, as far as the overhang models are concerned, we did circulate the mathematical expression as well as the algorithms that was used to do the Monte Carlo simulations. It was circulated to all panel members. It is available. It was posted with the archives of the panel, so that one can verify the accuracy of what was done. Of course, one must understand the maths and you must understand the numbers to be able to make sense of that. So I do understand if not all members of the panel followed exactly what was happening. Let me just more generally deal with the question of loss of confidence, etc. I think it is fair to say that if people are happy with their environment, they're employed, be it with large remuneration or a modest remuneration or even a minuscule remuneration, they know exactly what they can and what they can't, then they are genuinely happy. But if you find yourself in a situation where you are not employed, there's not a prospect of employment, the electricity is an issue, water is an issue, over and above many other issues, inherently you find yourself in an unsettled environment and your personal circumstances are unsettled. That is a situation where the whole issue of, is democracy working for me? Because none of these things are solved in my environment comes into the question. Once democracy is questioned, then the legislature is questioned. Do they do their job properly? And following from that, does the electoral system serve the purpose? And from that, does the electoral administration do their job properly? Or do you have confidence in them? The one thing knocks onto the other. And I think whether you fix the electoral system, unless all of these other issues are dealt with, you would still, and fixing the electoral system and saying that accountability would stem from that to an extent that it will resolve all of the other issues that really leads to an unsettled environment, I think is not perhaps the soundest approach. Let me also say, let me go back a little bit to the research. And undoubtedly, if you start reading what is written about electoral systems, the question of individual accountability is heavily emphasized. Keep in mind, however, that the scientists or the political scientists that compile these things are mostly European or American. And I'm not suggesting that they cannot look at things independently and objectively, but they are undoubtedly also influenced by their environment. Now, the environment, if we take, for instance, the British system, you have a Labour Party and you have a Conservative Party, now slightly complicated with the reform, of course, but inherently you've got a hardcore set of voters that would vote for the left and a hardcore voters that would vote for the right. And here in the middle, you have a 5 or a 10% voters that one would call swing voters, that one election would vote this way and the next election would vote that way. If you look at the United States, you have a similar situation between the Republicans and the Democrats. You have that middle swing vote, 5%, 10%, that would change it from one to the other and does it very regularly. Now, if we look at our elections, I'm not expressing myself with the current situation or not, but if you look at it historically, there isn't a swing vote in a South African context that is illustrated by our elections up to now. What you do have is people are not happy and they are not content, and that manifests itself in a stay away vote. The swing vote is perhaps a bridge too far to cross for many people in a South African context at this particular point in time. So that the drop in voter participation is really an expression I can't, what I previously voted, I can't support any longer, whether it's be for the opposition, be it for the governing party. But I have not the ability in myself to cross and vote. Sorry, whether that changes in future, that is not for me to say. But I think that is a context that one needs to keep in mind. If you start looking at what is presented as public views are dissatisfaction with current circumstances, rather, and indirectly, the electoral system becomes part of it. That, I think, gives a little bit of a background as to how the majority viewed these things in context. No doubtedly, the public participation expressed great frustration with the electoral system, but in what they are saying is they are greatly frustrated by their circumstances, by potholes, by water, by electricity, by unemployment, by whatever. And I think one needs to keep the context in mind in a South African context and not solely look at a European or an American environment where the single member constituencies and what comes from that is heavily emphasized. I think that generally deals with it. What I want to say, though, on overhang and specifically in response to Honorable Ruiz, it is true that single seats would have a greater deal of probability of overhang. The reason for that is simple. If you look at if you take the 24 electoral results and you break them up into the wards in which they actually took place, then you find that in 40% of those wards, there is not a majority vote. In other words, a person do not get past the 50% threshold. And that in itself distorts proportionality in that tier to a great extent, up to 25% if you base it on the 2024 results. Similarly, so with the last local government elections, where 47% resulted in more than 74% of the wards. So there is a large distortion there. And consequently, you do need a larger number of compensatory seats to actually restore proportionality. And if you start talking about 300, 100, then you may run out of compensatory seats. But the other important thing there is that if you do have an overhang, that particular party do not qualify for any compensatory seats, and that one must keep in mind. Whether there's a sweet spot, I don't think there is an international standard. In the two models that we have, the 2A does offer the faint long-term possibility of open lists, which is going to be far more problematic with 2B. But 2A and 2B are both acceptable. There's no problem around that, as long as one make a provision for 2B also for overhang in your legislation. I think that broadly deals with most of the questions that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Let me thank both Chairpersons Mananiso and Chairperson Mkhize for allowing me to facilitate the joint meeting. Thank also Advocate Suzanne and your collective of 9, and also the team that presented 2 opinions to this presentation. I want to thank for the good work that has been done. I'll invite Dr. Mkhize for short comments, And he will then invite Honorable Mananiso for closing remarks of this joint meeting. Thank you, Dr. Mkize.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. I think mine is just to thank you for the wonderful way in which you have steered this meeting, and thank all the members for their participation, but certainly for the panel and the presenters for the good work they've done. I think we've got a sense of which direction we're going to take, and it certainly is going to be a busy time coming ahead of us where we're going to have to discuss these matters. But at the end of it, I think we've got enough to be able to take certain options and make a decision for the improvement of our electoral system. So at this point, I think everything that we really expected has been covered. Thank you very much, and want to say to you, you've done a great job as well. Thanks to all the members. Thank you.
Honorable Mananiso, with the closing remarks, and you'll conclude the meeting.
Thank you, Chairperson, and let me thank both chairs from the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs and COGTA. And one must say that the meeting is agreeing that we must continue engaging. For us as the NCOP, it fulfills one of our principles, of which you all know that we are one of those who are advocating for cooperative governance. I want to thank as well all the teams from the Portfolio Committee of COGTA and Home Affairs, and as well the Select Committee for joining this session today. I want to further extend as well the input from IEC, and with a note that we believe that in future we would indeed work together with the Demarcation Board when we deal with this issue. I want to appreciate further the work that has been done by the collective to say indeed they made sure that they give diligence to the work that they were tasked to do. Looking at the mandate of the panel, it really shows they didn't miss their work. Hence, their time has been extended. So with that being said, thank you. We will invite the panel through the minister in future as we deliberate on this matter. So the meeting is officially adjourned. I thank you.
Thank you.